So, this segment of CaribNOG, we are going to be dealing with the Internet org updates. You would have heard from Aaron this morning, and as some of you would know, Aaron is the Internet registry that provides support for Dominica. We also have another Internet registry that provides support in the region, which is LACNIC. And so we would be getting an update from LACNIC in this session. But first, we start with an update from Mr. Albert Daniels, who is the Senior Manager of Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean. And he will be from ICANN, who you would have heard, one of our sponsors of this event. And Mr. Daniels is going to give us an update of some of the things that ICANN is doing in our region and how you can participate. Albert, please welcome Albert.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Craig. Is everybody in the room? Is Bevel here? Oh, yeah, I see Bevel. So I noticed that we have some special shirts that I didn't see earlier, some green and orange shirts. Where are you young, at the back? Where are you from? College, Dominica State College? Okay, great, thanks. Do we have a round of applause for the students? Do we have any engineers or technicians in the room? Any IT guys, IT girls? A few, okay, good. I'm going to be asking you the questions. I'm happy to see that one of the students put up his hand as an engineer. Do we have anybody from private sector, just a private organization, someone who's not an IT engineer? Okay, Chris is not sure. Great. But the point I wanted to make is that CaribNOG and a lot of what we do in this field of activity is all about community. As Mark said, working together to reach common objectives. And the interesting thing, listening to Mark speak, and as soon as he heard his name, he came in the room. Listening to Mark speak is always nostalgic because you hear some of his stories, you hear some of his jokes, and you hear some of his stories, and then it takes you back to the days when you were doing those things. He mentioned someone, John Postel. I remember being in a room with John Postel, but the more important thing is that John Postel was a key figure in the internet. And while I was in the room with him, I didn't really understand how much of an important person he was at the time. So students, the rest of you, this is Mark Costas. You are in the room with him right now. Take full advantage of him. He does not live in the Caribbean, although he thinks so. All right, but take full advantage of the opportunity you have to simply walk up to him, ask him a question about what he said. And this is what CaribNOG is all about. Because once we hit the outside world and you end up at an ICANN meeting or an RN meeting, it's a lot more difficult to contact these kinds of people. And this is what I want to talk a little bit more about, ICANN. Anybody in here knows what the acronym ICANN stands for? ICANN? I'm hearing a lot of mumbles, but nobody's brave enough to put up their hand. Anybody? No takers? I have a special prize if somebody gives the answer. So the acronym ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, 2 N's. One for names, top-level domain names, .com, .org, .dm, .tt, and so on, and numbers. You heard Mark speak a little bit about numbers. And we understand the internet has devices where every single device must have an IP address for you to be able to communicate and for the device to be able to communicate. So the role of the ICANN organization is to coordinate all of that at a global level. And a lot of the work that we do is community work in collaboration with partners like Aaron, like LACNIC. We have the main store of numbers, but we touch the Caribbean through 2 regional internet registries, Aaron and LACNIC. So that is what the acronym stands for. And this worked during the break. I promise you that this clicker worked. Well, the receiver is at the back. Stephen? Okay. All right. So I wanted to talk a little bit about ICANN 84, which is one of our 3 global meetings that take place every year. And of course, I'll tell you what we do at those meetings. This is going to be our annual general meeting, and it's taking place in Dublin. So you need to understand what ICANN is. And ICANN is not just the organization ICANN, which does the actual management and coordination, but rather it's an ecosystem where you are more important than the organization itself. Because as you can see from this diagram, there are 3 main pillars of this ecosystem. And the first and most important one is the multi-stakeholder community. Representatives of the technical community, representatives of private business, representatives of government, representatives of end users, and so on. Anyone who wants to have a stable, secure, interoperable internet. And that community is the one which really sets policies and decides on updates to policies in a bottom-up way. So you may be in this room and decide that you want something to change on the internet, and you actually are able to initiate change, initiate a situation where the internet serves you better, considers your situation and your reality where you live. And that can be done by making your input into the ICANN ecosystem. So it's important for each of you in the room, particularly the engineers, the technicians, and so on, to understand what's going on, because there will be matters happening with regard to internet policy that at some point will touch you. Okay, and there's several different things to discuss. So you have the multi-stakeholder community, you have an ICANN board, which is the highest decision-making body in ICANN, which takes the policies from the community and then decides on whether or not these policies should be implemented. And then finally, the ICANN board will say to the ICANN organization, look, the community has decided on this change to internet policy. So you now need to go and actually implement it. And ICANN has its own structures. The multi-stakeholder model has its own structures with a place for everyone, regardless of what type of organization and what kind of activities they participate in. So what you see on this slide, I won't go into the details, but you're seeing some groupings dealing with the numbering. The address supporting organization deals with policies with regard to numbers. And the RIRs have their own meetings to deal with regional policies. And then you have the other 2 organizations that deal with policy with regard to names. For example, we all familiar with the top level domain names like .com, .org, and so on. There came a point when the community, you decided that those domains needed to be expanded. We wanted more competition. We wanted more choice. We want .ibm. We want .hotels. We want .rums for the Caribbean. And you as a grouping, the multi-stakeholder community, wanted to see more change, more competition. And through the whole process of policy development within this ICANN ecosystem, we came to a situation that we call the last round in 2012, where over 1,200 new top-level domain names were actually put into the root. So now you can actually use an email address or a website that ends in .education or .hotels or .banks or .football and so on. All of those are actually there because the multi-stakeholder community decided that they wanted to see some change, and they went through the process of actually developing policy in that regard. While the policies are being developed, there are these specialist advisory committees that advise the ICANN board on the impact of those policies. So you have a grouping called the At-Large, and Claire Craig is one of our At-Large veterans and currently working heavily in that end user group, telling the ICANN community what the impact of new policies is going to be, telling the ICANN community how the end users are not being recognized. She beat me on my head this morning about certain things that she wanted to see for the end users. So the end users have a voice. And if you don't fit in to any particular area. If you're not an engineer, you're not a technician, you're not a lawyer, you don't represent government, you can always fit in to the at-large. And Claire Craig is in the room. Take advantage of her. She can tell you a lot more about how you can participate in ICANN as an end user. You have representatives of governments. They're called the GAC, and then there are two technical groups, the root server group. You heard Mark talk about root servers earlier. And those of you who are interested in learning a little bit more about root servers, we are here. We can talk more about that. And of course, security is straightforward. Everybody's talking about security. Everybody's talking about cybersecurity. So this group, the ESAC, the Security and Stability Advisory Committee, is a group of persons with a focused interest on security who advise the ICANN board. Does it make sense? Is it safe to add all of these new top-level domain names into the internet? What's going to happen if we have IPv4 and IPv6 operating at the same time? So there is a space for different kinds of persons as far as the internet is concerned. And you have this policy development process where the policies are developed by these three organizations. And while the policies are being developed, the advisory committees advise the board on the impacts of those policies. So what happens at an ICANN meeting is different topics are discussed. This slide shows you some of the topics that are going to be discussed, including security, cybersecurity, digital sovereignty, which is something big happening now. We're talking a lot now about the next round of generic top-level domain names, a round where new organizations will have the opportunity to apply for top-level domain names. There's a program called the Applicant Support Program that assists those organizations with the cost of application, with technical support in order to get a domain name that serves their area. ICANN has a grant program where money is donated to different types of projects and so on. We'll be talking about that. And of course, the program and budget of ICANN for the upcoming years is always discussed at ICANN meetings as well. So there is an ICANN prep week that takes place before the ICANN meeting, which prepares you for what is going to happen at the meeting. There's several persons in the room who I discovered this morning who are not fully aware of what happens at ICANN. So if you're feeling a bit timid to go into this environment because you have Mark and Bevel and all these guys talking in acronyms and so on, don't worry about that, okay? You attend prep week, which you can do virtually. Claire is nodding her head, all right? And she's telling me how much time I have left already. All right? But prep week is meant to prepare you for the ICANN meeting. It's for experienced persons going to ICANN, and it explains what's going to happen at the meeting. It talks about the topics that are going to be discussed, and it gives you a chance to prepare yourself fully for what to expect if you participate virtually, which you can, or if you attend the meeting in person. So prep week is going to be done over 3 days, starting on Monday, the 13th of October. And there will be updates on different topics. Again, Claire has the time up, so I'm not going to go into detail on these, but just to say that it is a good place for you to go, and it is accessible. It's virtual. You don't need to pay for a plane ticket. You don't need to pay for accommodation and so on. You can attend prep week and on 3 days, and then you would have a good sense of what to expect at an ICANN meeting. And one of the big topics at ICANN meetings is this grant funding program where you, the community, decided how these funds that ICANN had available were going to be used. I don't think, Claire, we saw many applications from the Caribbean, if any at all. If you wanted to do, there may have been one or two applications for these grants. I wouldn't talk about where the monies came from, but the monies are there, over 200 million US dollars. And there's a competitive process where individuals, organizations, countries can apply for different kinds of grants. So there will be discussions on how those grants have been awarded, what needs to change in the next round of applications. And that's information that some of you may be interested in. There'll be more talk of the next round of generic top-level domain names. Here are some examples of top-level domain names: .charity, .dance, and so on. Is there an organization in your community that you feel may be interested in getting a new top-level domain name? There's a lot of talk going on about that. Do we need .carnival in the Caribbean? Do we need .steelpan? Is there anything that a community could use? And I see someone at the back pointing at some of these domain names. So it's up to you to see what would work for you, and then ICANN would help you, with regard to figuring the whole thing out. And there are different benefits to having a new generic top-level domain name. We can talk about that afterwards. Very importantly, there is this applicant support program where qualifying organizations can apply to ICANN to get support to cover the cost of getting a new top-level domain name. And just before Bevel took the photo, I took that slide down. But the whole idea is that the process is not trivial. It requires some technical capability. It requires some financial capability. The Caribbean has not participated much. Even the private organizations in the Caribbean have not participated much in the last round. So we're trying to see what we can do to increase participation with regard to this particular program. And there'll be a lot of talk about the applicant support program. These are the types of organizations that could benefit. And I think the last category is the category that really affects us in the Caribbean, micro and small businesses, because most of our businesses in the Caribbean can be classified as micro and small businesses. So there is an opportunity there, for us to get organizations that may be interested. Just a quick word on timeline. The applicant support program ends at the end of November this year. It has been ongoing for just about a year. It started in November 2024. And we expect that the actual applications for new top-level domain names will commence in early April 2026 next year. So the last thing that I just wanted to mention is one of the other things that would be discussed at ICANN meetings. And this is something that we call the Registration Data Request Service. There's a lot been happening with cyber security. And when you have a domain name, sometimes your local law enforcement and investigators want to know who owns a particular domain name. So you may see, for example, a website ending in .mark doing a lot of attacks. And law enforcement wants to know who owns .mark. Where does he live? How do we make contact with him? How do we send him an email? But then what happened with GDPR is a lot of the I'm hearing it correct, Claire. A lot of the information about where Mark lives and how to get to him has been redacted because of privacy and that kind of thing. So the police service and investigators who want to get to Mark are not able to do that. So within the ICANN community, this system was developed, the RDRS we call it, the Registration Data Request Service, which allows the authentic investigators, not just somebody falling out of the sky who wants to do an investigation. And I'm tempted to call the name of somebody sitting in the front row, but I will not do that. But the whole idea is that this is something that could practically affect situations in your country, child pornography, abuse and all these kinds of things. How do you get at that data? So this is something that we talk about at ICANN meetings as well. So having heard the loud bells from Claire, and we discussed this last night before the meeting, take advantage of the experts who are with you today and tomorrow. And we heard from Mark, we heard from others, not only those, but also everyone in those purple shirts. I didn't get a purple polo, Bevel. That's why I had to wear this shirt. Mark didn't get one either. So everybody in those purple polos, reach out to them, ask them, what do you do? How can this be of value to me? But take advantage, take advantage of the resources that you have in the room. And with that, thank you very much. I'll talk a little bit more detail. You have a question, Mark?
Yeah, I actually do. Oh.
I'm not taking any questions from Craig. Online, yeah.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so here's my question. For for people who wanted to be registrars and registries for ComNet, org, edu, gov, yeah, all these other TLDs, you had to have a Whois service as part of the contract. That's changing, right? So people now have to be mandated to use a new protocol called RDAP, Registration Data Access Protocol. And my question to you is, how's that working? And are people taking advantage of it? And now that Whois is no longer required, is it going to go away?
Yeah. So that is a fantastic question. And these are exactly the types of discussions that take place in an ICANN meeting. Even if you're not following there in person, you can participate in the sessions. I think on some of the slides I had there, you saw all these updates, RDAP update and so on. And just like RDRS, there's been a test program with regard to RDAP. And there will be updates on how it has been working with stats, who has been using it, who has not been using it, what are the challenges, and who has it worked for, what needs to be changed in order for it to be implemented, what are the further impacts. And a place like an ICANN meeting, sometimes an RN meeting for certain topics, sometimes a LACNIC meeting. These are the international fora where you get updates on everything that's happening. So I'm not answering your question directly, right? That it has been developed, and there have been some quirks in it, but the whole idea is that the community will get together, talk about what actually happened, look at the data, and then decide how we move from there. But a lot of what happens in the global community with regard to the technology is that the community gets involved. So it's not necessarily just the ICANN staff or some technical engineers at the IETF, deciding on what kind of internet you have. It is really you as a part of the community. In ICANN, there's a part of the community that is dedicated to ISPs. There's a part of the community where we offer fellowships for students to attend ICANN meetings. We pay for their airfare and we pay for their accommodation. And for businesses, for end users, if they want to participate in ICANN, please give me a hard look. All of you can actually participate in what's going on virtually or also in person. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Albert. Now, Albert is also a CaribNOG, so he can get away with certain things because he's been at CaribNOG, I think it's since CaribNOG 10. Right, so he's been here and he continues to support the work of CaribNOG. You are a CaribNOGer. No. So that's a good question. You see, the CaribNOG volunteers who blood, sweat, and tears are the ones who get the red jerseys. But Bevel wants to answer that directly.
And actually, it's a very, very good question. And I just want to connect that question to something that we have planned. Just before the pandemic, 2019, there was a structured program to actually introduce formal CaribNOG memberships. You sign up and you become part of the community. You join a mailing list and you contribute in cash or kind to the work of the organization. The pandemic interrupted it. And we are planning in 2026, which is all part of this whole future thrust that we're going toward, to formalize that process of membership. Right now, you have a bunch of folk, male and female, old and young, from across the region who help out. But for some of the objectives that we have in the near term, it requires a more structured approach, and therefore that will require more formal systems within CaribNOG to facilitate this advance. And so starting with CaribNOG 31, which is where we call this meeting an inflection point in CaribNOG. Starting at CaribNOG 31, we will be introducing not just the notion of membership, but the notion of fixed task force and action groups within CaribNOG that will be responsible for specific areas, dealing with satellite connectivity competencies across the region, dealing with the very real and often requested need to ensure that our school facilities and campuses are better networked, not by people who have learned from rote, but by people who understand the fundamentals of both wired and wireless networking and mesh networks, etc. to ensure that these things are part of the landscape surrounding our students going forward. The idea is that the CaribNOG community will identify the other special interest groups, and then those will form specific areas of activity around which the CaribNOG community continues to grow. The second dimension of that question, what is it to be a CaribNOG member and how do we participate, has to do with what we are already expecting to be greater interest at the national level in local network operating groups, which is something that I think the region will only benefit from once that happens. And that's where we're turning to longstanding partners like the Dominica NTRC, a champion of youth and next generation development and forward thinking in the area of telecommunications, skill building and engineering, to ensure that the next generation is appropriately positioned to it. But the issue of local network operating groups, I think, is a fundamental part of the next stage of CaribNOG's development. This cannot be simply a roving caravan of engineers hoping that somehow by osmosis, there will be better understanding and better awareness of some of these issues. We want to see that drilling into local communities. And as I said earlier, getting into the schools and getting into government offices and private sector agencies. Last year, CaribNOG signed an MOU with CARICHAM, the Caribbean Association for Chambers of Commerce, with this in mind. So those of you who, and I'm sure many would be familiar if you're not a self-governed network operator or technical person, that sometimes the boss, the person who holds the purse strings, the CFO, would be hesitant to give you more budget, more money, or more resources to do what you know needs to happen to protect the interests of the organization. And so by partnering with the government through the CTU, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, by working with chambers of commerce across the region, the hope is that we could educate those who are responsible in many cases for holding those purse strings so that they can release to those who are responsible for building those networks and the infrastructure, the capability, the finances, and the resources required to take us to the next level. So I hope I answered the question, both in the short and the long term. You can become a CaribNOG member now by just saying, I want to be part of CaribNOG, and that is enough. And then you can become an invested CaribNOG member by saying, this is my place in the community. I want to head, lead, or participate in a group or stream dealing with this or that or the other. And that becomes your formal structured contribution to taking the community forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Bevel, and thank you, Craig, for asking that question. And even though we did not get Bevel to tell us his story and his journey, you would recognize that Bevel has a wealth of information that he can share with you. And he is one of those persons that you should definitely get to know, especially the young people, the students in the room. Shake hands with him, ask him about his process, and ask him about all the hats that he wears in the Caribbean. So Albert told you about Mark and told you that Mark is one of those persons who would be like the John Postel, but so is Bevel Wooding. So, and that brings us to our next speaker, because I think Bevel is a long time, got an honorary award from LACNIC as well for the work that he has done with LACNIC. And that brings us to our next speaker, Carlos Martinez, here's Carlos online, who is going to give us the update from LACNIC. He is the CTO of LACNIC, the other regional internet registry that supports the Caribbean. So without further ado, Carlos, go ahead.
Thank you very much, everybody. I was listening carefully and with attention to Bevel's words. I remember I was supposed to be in one of the first CaribNOG meetings in St. Lucia, and I got stranded in Miami due to a hurricane, and the meeting got canceled. It was a long time ago, but it was quite an adventure. I was like for 3 days in Miami, going every day to the airport, trying to get my bags back or get back home or get somewhere. And it was quite an adventure, if I recall correctly. It must be 2010 or something like that. Okay, thank you for inviting me, actually. I will try to be brief. You will hear from me again this afternoon, so I try to keep the update brief. I don't know. I don't have sharing enabled. Craig, Claire. I had sent the request. Hey, there you go. Thank you. So my intention is to present a brief update about LACNIC and the work we do and where some of the things that matter to us and to the community stand. I will try to focus on the Caribbean, of course, but our service region is quite large. We cover from, you can see the map, the service region of LACNIC in light blue. We cover from Mexico southwards and some countries within the Caribbean, all the Spanish-speaking islands, plus the Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, the Dutch part of St. Martin, and Trinidad and Tobago and Belize. So a few words about the uptake of IPv6. We measure, we follow this closely because we believe that this right now we are the LACNIC community is at the crossroads. We don't have any IPv4 remaining to assign. I will show you something that people get very surprised when they see it for the first time, which are the waiting times if you request IPv4 today. Within our region, there are some countries that have very interesting and very significant adoption rates of IPv6. Guatemala, it's a very interesting example because they have grown very quickly, very fast. And right now they are at the top of the IPv6 adoption within the LACNIC region. This 56, almost 57% means that 57% of the users, the internet users within that country can access IPv6 content if IPv6 content is available to them. For example, what I mean by this, there are content that is already available on IPv6, has been available on IPv6 for quite a few years already. For example, YouTube, most of all Google properties, almost if not all Microsoft properties have IPv6 enabled with the only notable exception of GitHub. This means that given a web property that has IPv6 enabled, 57% of users in Guatemala can access it over IPv6. Uruguay, my country where I live, I didn't introduce myself properly. I live in Uruguay, where LACNIC is based. Almost 55% of users in Uruguay can access IPv6 content. Similar rates for Mexico and Brazil. The Brazil story here is interesting because Brazil is huge. You are all aware that we are talking about a country with almost 200 million inhabitants. And 50% of the users in Brazil, which has an internet penetration of close to 80%, 85%, we are talking about almost 100 million people using IPv6. So one of my goals in this kinds of presentation is I don't want to perpetuate the message that no one uses IPv6 because these numbers tell other story. So IPv6 in the Caribbean, there are some interesting developments, I would say. It's not a secret that for some time the Caribbean has lagged behind in IPv6 adoption, but you can see that there are some interesting stories that are developing within the Caribbean. One is some parts, which is actually one of the islands where I spent my honeymoon like a lifetime ago. So it has a special place in my heart. And actually, Dominica, where you are having this meeting today, is one of the recent newcomers to this ranking of IPv6 adoption in the Caribbean. You have the links down there when you can actually check these numbers. These numbers change every day. So if you click on those links, there may not be exactly the same numbers that I'm showing you. So what I mentioned about IPv4, we don't have any more IPv4 left to assign, and it's been this way for almost 4 years now. What happens today, when you need to request resources from LACNIC, you first sign a membership contract if you don't have already one in place. Once that administrative part is taken care of, you can request IPv4, IPv6, and ASN numbers, autonomous system numbers. The thing is, IPv6, your IPv6 prefix will be available like in 48 hours or something like that. The same thing with the AS number. But in the case of IPv4, you join a waiting list. And the waiting list is getting really long because there is no new IPv4 coming into the pool, except for example, companies that go into liquidation for some reason. And in some very, very, very few cases, some IPv4 is returned to LACNIC. The requests that are being fulfilled today, the IPv4 requests that are being fulfilled today were initially created in April 2021. And we have a little mathematical model that tries to predict how long will the people joining the queue today will have to wait, and it's about between 7 and 8 years. That's a long time. So LACNIC, for those of you who may be within the LACNIC service region, LACNIC is the service portal where your interaction with LACNIC takes place. Here, through LACNIC, you participate in elections, you get your invoices, you request resources, you create your RPKI objects, you configure your reverse DNS, etc., etc. It has gotten some new features. Two-factor authentication has been in place for almost 5 years, but very few people actually use it until there was a big scare like a year ago where some credentials were put up for sale in the dark web. So people got really scared and started using two-factor authentication. So I'm still presenting this as if it was a new feature, just to bring your attention to it. Regardless whether you are within the LACNIC or the ARIN service region, please enable two-factor authentication. We are going to make it mandatory in the upcoming months. So it's always better to be ahead of the curve and enable it yourself without waiting for the, I would say, the administrators to enable it for you. There's an interesting story that my colleague Alejandro, who Claire and Bevil know very well because he usually presents these updates in my place. He has been working for some time at a company in Belize, which is an interesting example of IPv6 implementation in a very lean and agile way, as people like to say these days. You can check the full story in this blog post in the LACNIC blog. And finally, the last item in my update is well, communicate to you guys. Probably most of you already know this, that LACNIC has a new CEO. Ernesto Majo has taken the role of CEO of LACNIC starting August 2024. He's not a newcomer to LACNIC. He's been with us for almost, I would say, more than 20 years, I think. And Ernesto takes the place of Oscar Robles, who some of you already know, also know. And Oscar has moved back to Mexico, where he's from, and is taking a year off with his family. But I'm pretty sure we'll hear from him soon in some role. So yeah, we are processing this new change in leadership, and we are quite happy about that because it's been a very, I would say, smooth transition, because both Oscar and Ernesto have been working together for a lot of years, And there is, I mean, where the organization is going is pretty clear, and that has not changed. So this is the end of my update, and I would like to welcome any questions if you have them. I think you're mute. I cannot hear you, Claire. Sorry.
Yes. Carlos, I was saying, thank you so much for your update. We will hold questions until this afternoon in the interest of time. And the audience just gave you a welcome up an appreciation for your presentation, and they will do it again. Okay, so see you this afternoon. Bye-bye. Well, I hope you can stay online, but for now, we wouldn't see you on camera.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you.
This next segment is very near and dear to my heart. It's the Woman in CaribNOG segment. And I'm just going to give you a brief overview before we have our feature Woman in CaribNOG, who's going to be giving you a presentation. So our theme, Engineering the Future of Caribbean Internet, would not be complete without looking at the role of women in shaping the future. Since its inception in 2010, CaribNOG has always been committed to diversity and inclusion in the Caribbean's technology sector, and we have seen some key realities. Number one, digital independence is for everyone. There are over 90% of today's jobs require digital skills. Innovation comes from diversity. New perspectives push us forward. Women remain underrepresented. And look around this room. How many women are you seeing? So right here in the midst, we are seeing it. Only 5% of leadership roles, with fewer in engineering and development. Gender inclusion is essential. And this is tied to corporate responsibility and global development goals. What we have seen, and I'm speaking we as women, is that when we are not included, and Bevel spoke earlier about local solutions to local problems, and we extend that by saying local solutions for global problems. If women are not involved, then we have local solutions for male problems. And we forget about some of the issues that we deal with. That's why during CaribNOG 26 in St. Kitts and Nevis in September of 2023, we launched the Women in CaribNOG initiative. This program is designed to discover, nurture, and champion Caribbean women and girls, whether in network engineering, IP network management, internet infrastructure research, or leadership roles. We're also putting action behind our words, as tomorrow, right after lunch, we have revised our schedule to include and host the Next Gen section with students from the Dominica State College. The impact is already clear. Female involvement in CaribNOG is growing, and with it, the future of Caribbean internet is stronger. With this momentum, it is my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Miss Melissa Richards, who has over 16 years experience in teaching, and she teaches at the Dominica State College. And she's going to speak to us today about transforming computer networking education with virtual reality. Let's welcome our Woman in CaribNOG, Melissa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. With all protocols observed, I recognize the Honorable Minister, NTRC leadership, representatives of CaribNOG, Aaron, Ican, Lachnick, our keynote speaker, and all attendees. My name is Meliza Richards, and I am a computer science lecturer at the Dominica State College, seconded within the Office of Academic Affairs, focusing on grant writing research, as well as the Innovation Hub. Today, I take the opportunity to present to you Transforming Computer Networking Education with Virtual Reality. So my presentation, I'll be covering the state of networking at networking courses at Dominica State College, DSC's Innovation Hub, NTRC's significant contribution, OECS contribution, the role of CaribNOG and partner organizations as it relates to DSC's Innovation Hub, and a call to action. So let's get started. So in terms of the findings that I'll be presenting to you here, these findings, this emerged from my quantitative research, master's thesis research in augmented and virtual reality at NAMSL University, funded by the OECS and the World Bank. Computer networking education at the Dominica State College faces significant challenges as it strives to meet the modern industry standards. This course I taught from 2020 to 2023, a combination of both face-to-face as well as online, particularly in the delivery, speaking specifically to simulation-based learning, Packet Tracer, along with ZenMap, Service Desk, and so on, Ministry of Education, India Virtual Labs. So these were some of the simulation-based learning that we utilize. In addition to that, students also utilize the campus as well as home environment to conduct investigations, as well as both on campus and at their home. In terms of the challenges, speaking firstly to the traditional curriculum, Dominica State College's network courses are aligned with both the Cisco certification and the CompTIA Network Plus, emphasizing core topics such as networking, network topologies, basic routing, and switching. Over the years, DSC has theoretically imparted network technology education. And with this in mind, what happens is that it creates a gap between the students entering the workforce and what they're required to actually do in terms of the hands-on skills within the environment. So what ends up happening is that the public and private sector employees, they are now tasked with bridging that gap in terms of the lack of hands-on skills. Additionally, minimal attention is given to IPv6 adoption, cybersecurity, modern internet architecture. Internships are available to computer science and IT majors, yet the limited number of local host companies has historically left some students unplaced. Speaking from an economic and in terms of the economic and financial challenges, post-2019 fee abolition meant that DSC was now fully dependent on the state budget in order to fund their programs. Hence, upgrading skills-based learning must be executed without overstraining the college's resources. A March 2021 OECS World Bank survey targeting deans and HODs at national colleges within the OECS region revealed that the Dominican context revealed that there significant investment was required, particularly for infrastructure as well as human resource. With limited VR suppliers, virtual reality suppliers, vendors basically have strong leverage in terms of the adoption because the demands for significant investment reinforcing institutional reliance on these vendors. Going on to the Innovation Hub. For the post-COVID resilience period, DSC was then required to urgently reassess its business model, program design, and delivery. DSC is reorienting towards interdisciplinary innovation and entrepreneurship, aligning with public and private sector expectations to enhance workforce preparation. The birth of immersive learning meant that DSC had explored the option of emerging technologies such as augmented and virtual reality to address resource limitations. From an economic and pedagogical standpoint, augmented and virtual reality offered a way to provide immersive hands-on experiences without the need to procure expensive physical hardware. With this solution, the Dominica State College established its Innovation Hub to support immersive learning. The college needs sponsors and partnerships to back its Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub is at an early stage and requires sustained support. It currently seeks sponsors and partners to expand its immersive learning pool, offer mentorship, and fund students and staff projects. DSC is taking this opportunity at CaribNOG to open its doors to local, regional, and international network operating stakeholders to collaborate. With your sponsorship and partnership, we can transform the local and regional networking education into a vibrant engine for skills development and innovation. Let's take a look at NTRC's contribution, which was quite significant in the establishment of our Innovation Hub. The Dominica State College, within the Office of Academic Affairs, launched its grant management program last academic year. DSC in 2023 applied to NTRC to fund 65 high-end computers for its Innovation Hub. This was in April 2024, via the Universal Service Fund, the NTRC donated 65 VR-ready computers to DSC's Innovation Hub. So we take the opportunity to thank you. The OECS contribution, let's take a look at that. The OECS, in collaboration with the World Bank and Namsul University in South Korea, trained 2 of DSC's computer science lecturers in the development of educational augmented and virtual reality applications. Let's now move on to the role of the CaribNOG and partner organizations and the role that you can play in supporting the Innovation Hub at Dominica State College. A coordinated effort involving local and international stakeholders can amplify the impact of DSC's Innovation Hub. Through the Innovation Hub, CaribHub stakeholders can spearhead workforce transition. Namely, let's start with NTRC. Building on its support as it relates to DSC's Innovation Hub, NTRC, via the Universal Service Fund, can sponsor network engineering courses both for IT staff as well as outstanding computer science and IT students. In terms of ministries, the ministries already host our interns. However, to take it one step further, they can elevate placement to practice by integrating DSC's networking into active projects, such as enabling, the school ICT, maintaining the school ICT networks. And this would then enable students to achieve their service learning hours and also accelerate digital transformation within Dominica. In 2015, Dominica established its Internet Exchange Point, and this is hosted by the NTRC. As such, And the Dominica IXP Danix can offer supervised student placement in routing, peering, and local caching, as well as with the regional backing from CaribNOG, CaribNOG stakeholders, Internet Society or ISOC, the global body, as well as Internet Society Dominica chapter. Looking at it from the LACNIC ARIN ISOC grants perspective, DSC's Innovation Hub is open to collaborating with CaribNOG regarding LACNIC, ISOC, ARIN grants to promote the adoption of IPv6 and other critical areas. Entrepreneurial support. Beyond immediate employment lies entrepreneurship. Recognizing varied graduate pathways, the Innovation Hub is open to seeding innovation startups, secure partner backing via grants, prizes, and mentorship from NTRC, the government, ARIN, LACNIC, CTU, ISOC. Academia industry collaboration. DSC's Innovation Hub is open to joint research and projects with industry and overseas academics, channeling CaribNOG stakeholders and telecom challenges into student capstones as well as staff research. Finally, ISOC, ISOC Global, as well as the ISOC Dominica chapter, DSC is open. DSC's Innovation Hub is open to collaborating with you guys in terms of networking projects as well as research. I forgot one. In terms of ICANN, as an ICANN fellowship alumnus, we are open to collaborating with ICANN as well as the CaribNOG community in terms of hosting innovation workshops so that attendees from that return from the ICANN fellowship would be able to then pass on their knowledge within the community. Thank you very much.
Hi, so the floor is now open for the next 5 minutes. Questions for Melissa, Melissa.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sure many of you were not aware of the work that is taking place with the virtual reality. I saw a hand.
Hello, Melissa. My name is Chris Roberts. I was just curious as to, I was very glad to hear about the Innovation Hub that the college has. And I'm wondering how, if any, either services, courses, or awareness programs are being offered by the Innovation Hub in the area of specifically artificial intelligence.
So as it is right now, what is happening is that they are still debating the direction as it relates to artificial intelligence and how they will integrate it within the college environment, as well as offering it to via the Innovation Hub. So that's where we are.
Is the Innovation Hub open to discussions outside of the college?
Yes.
As far as that,
That's correct. So that is why we are making the plea at this event, because we would like persons to come on board, not just as sponsors, but also as partners.
That's a quick one. Actually, hopefully you can hear me. Andrew Reed. So a quick question. Is there an expectation in terms of input to expected output? The idea being we're inviting persons to come in, learn this technology, etc. What's at the other end? Is there some financial expectation that we've identified or you've identified to say, okay, if you gain these skills or if we pursue this path, we can see the other end of the rainbow, something like that?
So in terms of the expectation at this point in time, based on the questions that you're asking, it would more or less depend on the type of projects that we are collaborating or working on. All right. As it is right now, we are at the point where, one, we are seeking to get the whole augmented and virtual reality development going. What we are also looking to do is work with public and private sector to align their needs with what we can provide. It's a work in progress. So in terms of the expectations, it's something that we would continuously be working on.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Phoenix Belfield, how are you doing? Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, we went to high school together.
Yes. I didn't want to let that cat out to the bag, but
Good to see
seeing
you.
that it's already meowing. I think so. Right. Congratulations on your presentation. I'm representing the Credit Union League. And I was just saying that, we'd love to have a discussion, especially with the DSC Innovation Hub, to see how the credit union sector can support, or how we can mutually support the strategic initiatives of the cooperative movement and also of the Innovation Hub. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And I want to
So
let you know that I'm 90.
we would definitely be taking you up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions, the students? Does anyone have a question? Yes? Yes? Okay, well, have your questions prepared for tomorrow, right? Sorry. Okay, so thank you, Melissa, for
Thank
this
you.
presentation, and we now move on
Thank you, Burr.
to and this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we showcase what women are doing in technology. And I'm sure many of you were not aware of what is taking place right here in Dominica, and we plan to do this across the Caribbean. Are there any questions or comments online? No questions or comments online at this time. Okay, our next presentation is under the topic Tech Watch, and it is, let me just get this out. All right, this presentation is from Dr. Roel Prince. He holds a BSc in mathematics from the University of Guyana and an MSc in artificial intelligence from the University of Edinburgh, a PhD in computer science from the University of Nottingham. He's going to be talking to us online. He sent a video, but he will be online. I'm not sure he's on at this point in time to answer questions once the video is run. The topic is producing tourism statistics from mobile positioning data, the case for Dominica and the wider Caribbean. So we invite Dr. Prince to speak, to present, or the video to be played. Please have your questions ready for when this presentation has concluded.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Space. income. Uh, in Indonesia, they did a project in 2018 to monitor visitor movements around the Asian Games. And since then, mobile position data has become a key source of not only tourism policy and planning, but also for statistics. Um, and there's a link here that has presentation with a bit more detail relating to the applications in Indonesia. In Lithuania, they have a platform, if you like, that is driven by mobile positioning data for tourism management and that provides tourism information. I think they also provide a bit of near real-time monitoring of tourist activities as well. And mobile positioning data has also been used for cross-border analysis. And there's an example of a study between Russia and Sweden, for instance. And I worked on a project to understand movements between Ireland and Great Britain via Northern Ireland. And that project was about understanding the movement of lorries as a result of Brexit. We were trying to understand how Brexit would have impacted on trade between Ireland and Northern Ireland and Great Britain via Northern Ireland. And what are the implications for this data set or the use of this data set within Dominica and the Caribbean? And there are a number of cases or implications I can think about, and I'm sure others can as well. But I provide a few here on this slide, but there are a bit more that are in the extended abstract if one cares to look. One of the key implications, I think, is the provision of destination insights. So mobile positioning data enables a mapping of tourist movements within a country or a region. And you can sort of have a thematic map that reveals areas that quickly reveal areas where people are likely to visit a lot more often at certain times of the year and how they get to these locations. It also helps with event and seasonal monitoring. And it can be deployed, for example, it can be deployed during events like the cricket 2020 tournaments or the Creole Music Festival or the Carnival to monitor attendance at events or how people travel between events or between location, and also how they travel, how they get to these locations via modes and so forth. It also can help with understanding the people who come from abroad to these events, where they came from. I remember we did a project a few years ago where we were trying to understand visitors to the G20 summit in the UK. I think that was at Cornwall. And we were trying to understand which countries people came from and how they got to the location. It can also support marketing and investments. So you can have a lot more data-driven insights into the visitors, tourist preferences and behaviors. And also it can support real-time monitoring, for example, of cruise ship arrivals and stays, and thereby provide a dynamic picture of activities in the region. So how would you go about implementing a mobile positioning data-driven tourism strategy? And I think the key thing is to establish the crucial partnerships between government agencies, statistical offices, technical experts, and mobile operators. And as part of this process, we aim to agree on crucial issues. For instance, how do we address privacy concerns? I'm sure that's one of the things people listen to this talk, they're thought about. But there are established ways of, or should I say, best practices that have been implemented to mitigate certain privacy concerns. And we can agree and to approach that we think it's best suited for the region, for instance. And the next thing I think is to launch private pilot projects. And that would be to test the effectiveness or how usefulness we a mobile positioning data-driven strategy or methodology can be. It would also pilot project would also help to develop and refine certain crucial methodologies. For instance, how we process the data. There are a number of technical nuances related to processing the data. It helps us to understand the data we get from the network. Indeed, in general, the data would be somewhat similar, but there might be some subtle differences that certain adaptations may need to be done. And it's also good to, once we have a pilot, we can then think about building capacity within the region to ensure that people are capable of interpreting and actioning the insights that can be derived from the data. And of course, finally, it would be good to develop policies and strategies to benefit from this data set in the long term. Thank you very much. That's all. I think my time is up, and I'm happy to take a few questions. Thank you.
Hold on. No, you can take him. Yes.
Hello, right. Thank you so much, you all. We're asking, there is one question from the audience. Just getting the mic. No, because we have persons online.
Thank you very much.
Please state your name and
thank you very much, Dr. Rolf. Yeah, my name is Oliver Evans from St. Lucia. Yes, a commission. I think it's more a concern. You just, because I did not find the answer in your wonderful presentation. It talk about mobile position data. How do, as a region, manage that data? Earlier today, at the conference, reference was made to storage of the data and who control the data and etc. In this region where our history of colonial domination and control of sources, now the internet and that data is serious business. How do we as a region, Caribbean region, able to manage and have our hands fully in control of that data? That's my question. I don't know if I didn't get that right.
Thank you very much. Am I being heard?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that's a very good question. I think one of the first things I mentioned is about having discussions and agreement between telecoms operators and governments and so forth. At the moment, that data is with telecoms providers, for example, Digicel. They already have that data being stored somewhere. And so the issue of storage and management has already been solved. Hello?
The question is where? But it's somewhere that bothers me too. That we don't have control of. That's the concept.
Well, the data is with, say, for example, Digicel. Digicel controls that data, just as another telecoms company would control the data.
That's my position. I understand you say that Digicel and those providers they control the data. We're aware of that. But they may not be so friendly as they appear to us. So I think in the Caribbean, somewhere, the masses, the governance, should be able to have much more control than it's in the hand of a new provider. Let's say a new provider hit the scene and then they store our data and they manage it, you know, so you're going to manage that.
Okay, but that is an issue for the providers and the government to agree on, because the government obviously would need to give the permission to those companies a license to operate, for instance, and they can determine the terms of under which they can operate. What I'm talking about is how that data can be exploited to benefit the Caribbean region. The data already exists. So I think the issue that you're concerned about has already been addressed. What I'm talking about is how that data can be used to benefit society.
Thank you. Well, so what we're understanding from your response is that you are speaking to the fact of what we can do with the data because it exists.
Yes.
But it's a matter of the governments and the regulators to determine policy behind the data, how it is used, how it is stored, how it's
That's good.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Thank you. You have another question?
Okay. No, not a question, just before I pass on my brother. So bring your question back at 1:30 and hopefully we'll have some answers. We're going to talk about policy and some things that are happening already in this region, and hopefully we'll answer some of your questions at 1:30 session. So come back for, all right?
An infomercial.
I keep getting bumped.
Two more questions, that's it, and please keep the questions short because we into lunch.
It'll be very short. So again, Andrew Reid, quick question. How does this data set, I'll ask it another way. How does the new telephone SIM types coming in, I think they're online SIM, or does eSIM change any of what's presented?
I'm probably, well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about, the data I'm talking about. The data I'm talking about is the interactions between what we like to call the pings between the phone and the cellular network. So if there's a ping that's being triggered, the phones are talking to the cellular network, that data can be used. Otherwise, that's not what I'm referring to here. So when you have a mobile phone, if you're using your data or you're on a call, or even if it's just in your pocket, as long as you see those bars on your phone, it's interacting with the cellular network, or it's pinging the network if you like. So there's information that's being transmitted between your phone and the network, and that's the data I'm referring to. So I'm not probably the best person to answer that question, but the data I'm talking about is that communication between phones and network, whether it's intermittent or a bit more frequent.
Yes.
Okay. So the question of data privacy is always an interesting one, and I understand what you're referring to. You're referring basically to the ability of the network operators to track your location, to determine where you are physically. What you're proposing is how can that be used by actors in the region. But the whole question of data privacy is an interesting one, and without going into too much detail, and hopefully an opportunity will come up later to discuss it. It's interesting when, for example, projects that are funded, say, by the World Bank and EU and these other funding institutions, require that data privacy be factored into the changed legislation or the existing legislation that governs such matters. Yet, just about everything that is done online requires the user to provide a certain degree of personal information, which is not managed by
Affecting
anyone.
it affect everybody.
We voluntarily provide this information to anyone that we sign up for, and we have no clue where that information is stored, used, sold, managed, or even manipulated. So it is an interesting dichotomy, and I wonder whether or not it's actually an initiative to genuinely protect users' data, or to fill checkboxes in project requirements documents. Because it's almost impossible to govern the spread use of what we are calling personal information, given the avenues that exist for that information to be divested in the cloud or in some vaporous location. I'd be interested in your take on that.
Well, I'm not sure you asked the question, but I'll make a comment. All of the projects I've worked on using that data, and I've done it. They're all funded by the UK government agency, and we all had to abide by GDPR. I mean, what I can tell you is that the data I accessed was always anonymized, and there are two levels of access, if you like. We were a processor of the data, and there were certain that data that we received was anonymized to some extent, and the data we gave to clients had to be aggregated up to a certain level. So it was extremely difficult for you to identify individuals from the data sets that we would produce as to clients. And what I'm talking about is that what will be revealed to the public, or if you like, or to clients, would be that aggregated data set, because what you're interested in is information and not identification. So we're not looking to identify individual actors or persons in the network. You just want to understand what people are doing, not what an individual or some individuals are doing, but how, and the patterns of movements and congregations of people, and what are driving those movements or congregations. I think that's what we were trying to do, not to identify people. But to get there, we had to access the data in a very disaggregated form. And that data that we accessed was subject to anonymization.
We have one question from a student, and I'm going to allow him to, because we've been asking our next geners to speak. So please stand, give your name, and ask your question.
Good morning. Good afternoon. My question is,
Name, please?
my name is Jahaziel John. My question is, I'm not sure for the other Caribbean islands, but in Dominica, we have a bit of a problem with our cell service. So I was wondering, would infrastructure be provided, or will we have to do it ourselves? Because, okay, let's say, for example, in a lot of the or inward parts of the island, we don't have cell service. So like places like Trafalgar and those places, sometimes don't have cell service. So specific things are based on cell service. Would those have to be built, or cell towers, for example, be built, or would happen?
Thank you very much. That's a good question. I'm not advocating for new investment. I think that was one of the things I mentioned. I'm talking about how data that exists can be used. And of course, once you have the systems that can be exploited data that exists at present, that same system can be, without any modification, can be applied when new cell towers are built. So the exact algorithms, the exact processes can just be run. It's just that they might take a bit longer because you have a bit more information to process.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, can we have the mic? We have a response from the engineer.
Yeah, a few responses just to comment on State College student. If you have an issue with cell coverage, you need to contact the NDRC. That's one of our primary functions to ensure that the island is fully covered through the Universal Service Fund. But in terms of the ping data that we've been talking about, I think it'd be a wonderful use of such data. And like good professor said, it's very cheap to obtain. The problem we may have in Dominica is access to that data and mandating that the telecom providers make that data available to young data and analysts and researchers from the state college. Because even by just using the ping data, you could present a coverage map of the island that would indicate where all the pings are and where there are no pings, and be able to determine where the gaps are for coverage, right? So there's a lot of data being stored that's not being translated into information, and I think that's a very valid use of that sort of data set, especially if it's anonymized and hidden. Really what fields are stored in that data, but I don't expect it to have as much pertinent information around users, for single users, especially if it's aggregated. And I think it would be a valuable resource to actually track movement of people, tourist sites access, where government should be invested in tourist sites, where the most frequently access road networks and so forth. So I think it's a fundamentally valid idea. It's something that I definitely will commit to pursuing and ensuring that we have the right policies in place to ensure that digital and flow makes such data available.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for this presentation. I think there was a lot of information that was captured here today that you would not have gotten if you hadn't attended CaribNOG, and if the CaribNOG team had not come to Dominica. So let's give a round of applause for the planning committee and thank you, Raul, for your presentation. We now have a break for lunch, and our lunch break is sponsored by Digicel and the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. We ask that we have certain numbers for lunch, and so we ask that persons please wear your badges to lunch so that the restaurant can recognize that you are part of our team and can have lunch, because this is an open restaurant where persons may walk in off the street. So please wear your badge as you go to lunch. And we return at 1:30. We already had a primer for what that afternoon session would look like. We have a few sessions, a couple of other sessions that deal with IPv6, and you've heard a lot about that this morning. So before we go, how was this morning for you? I heard from Albert Daniels that his trip is already covered. He has his report written. This was very successful for him. Can we just get a couple of persons to say how this morning was for them? Just a couple of persons. Nobody? Okay. Well, we're going to lunch. We'll take you up on that when we come back from lunch, as well as we have a video on CaribNOG through the years, and we are going to be playing it through lunch, so you can please view it here. So thank you all so much for being here this morning, and we look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, well, at least you also have lunch. Now, we have three presentations this afternoon, and you would have heard someone earlier this morning speak to the 1:30 presentation. So we're looking forward to that. That is Dennis Augustine and Ed Wattal, the founders of the Collector of People, and they'll tell you what that is all about. You know, when you hear Collector of People, it sounds, anyway, let me not go there. And they're talking about sovereignty by design. So following their presentation, we bring Carlos Martinez back up online, who will speak to us on IPv6, mostly networks architecture, so that's a little technical, and then we get into a little more technical with IPv6 fundamentals, and that will be Brent McIntosh, who is also online. And then we have an open mic session, and that's where we allow you to ask your questions and talk about some of the things that you're doing currently in Dominica or wherever you're based. So without further ado, I invite Dennis and Ed to do their presentation for us. And Dennis is a son of the soil, for those of you who don't know.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Augustine. The made-in label says Delices Dominica. The accent is from Canada. The Collector of People thing is from my past before I got into technology, and it's with regards to me. I used to call myself a fisher of men in the 27 years. I did technology for 27 years, but before that, I did another profession, and I would have called myself fisher of men. So the profession was? Okay. But I understood through that journey that the most important thing was not the technology when I switched over to technology. Oh, yeah, sure. Bevan's thinking about the Instagram, you know, the social media doesn't look good at the bottom. That's right, boy. The important thing in technology is not the underlying implementation of the technology, because technology is actually made for and by people. And so the important thing is to surround yourself. And the one skill that I've happened to have throughout my 27 years of technology has been to collect some amazing people. That's why I call Claire a friend, and I was able to message her to say I want to say something, and I happened to get on here. Bevan, who's helped me. This is why I've brought Mr. John West, who's visiting us from the U.S. He's a former CTO of Sitecore, and he will be on the radio at 8 p.m. today on DBS Radio for a little show we call The Revolution. We'll talk about AI and all of those things, and I hope you'll join us for that. But also joining me today is Ed Wattal, the founder of a company called Intellibus. He is the faculty, he's a lead for New York University's NYU's AI Masterclass and Global Voice on Ethical AI and Digital Sovereignty through WDG, that's World Digital Governance. Ed was named the Worthy 100 in 2024. He's advised world leaders, ministers, executives on how to harness AI responsibly. We're fortunate to have him. I'm fortunate to have him in my little collection of people. And I met Ed in Jamaica when I heard about a digital jobs initiative that he was doing, and then I also caught wind of the WDG initiative, and that part just stuck with me because I understood, and I hope all of us understand this moment in our time, that there is a change happening in digital throughout the world. 2025 is not the same as 2024. And if we do not address it this year, 2026 or 2027 may be too late. So we have to address certain issues with regards to digital sovereignty. And I found people like Ed who had been thinking deeply about the issues. And it's a complex issue. But if there's one thing that I hope all of us, no matter what team or country or company we find ourselves in, we are all individuals. And all of us think that all of us as individuals have certain rights and expectations that we think other people should uphold. And that's what WDG is all about. And these are some of the problems that we want to address. Ed, why don't you say hi to the people first of all, and give us a little bit of an overview of your journey, and why is it that you're not a Caribbean man? Like I have an excuse, even though the accent is from Dominica, but why are you spending the time investing in the Caribbean with regards to WDG?
So, thank you. First off,
We can't hear Ed. 1 second.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Over there in the controls. We're good? You want to try something, Ed?
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
It says he's talking. I think they just got to connect it.
I am connected.
Okay?
Can you hear me?
Nope. I don't think it's you, Ed. It does say you're talking when you talk. So. Okay, keep. He's good to go? You're going to get him sorted soon? Okay. We're going to get Ed sorted soon. So now Dennis has got to kind of riff on a little bit of something. Let me just, actually, well, I'm a former preacher, so it's not a problem. I want to give a little shout out to my wife. My wife is currently in Russia. She went, we sent her on urgently. She's from Russia. She went urgently because her babushka, her grandmother, was dying and passed last night. But her babushka was at our wedding, virtually, on WhatsApp, yeah, in Barbados. Boy from Dominica meets a lady from Toronto. A lady in Toronto from Russia goes to Barbados, has a wedding where the babushka and our relationship has been facilitated by WhatsApp for the last few years, and I've somehow grown attached to them. I met John in the flesh. John and I have been in the same business circles for a long time, and we finally got to meet in person. But our connection has been facilitated through technology, and the communication has been controlled by that for many, many years. I don't know if you've looked at your WhatsApp lately, but if you pull up your WhatsApp, have you gotten this little blue circle, little thing, that little meta AI on your WhatsApp? You know what that means right now? Your WhatsApp is an AI application. Do you remember something called the Big Beautiful Bill? Yes? Okay, so the Big Beautiful Bill was a boring appropriations bill in the US. You cannot get a Democrat and a Republican to agree that the sky is blue. But 99-1, the Senate voted down a provision in the Big Beautiful Bill, and that provision would have put a moratorium on AI regulation for 10 years, meaning that if something was an AI app, the states could not regulate it for 10 years. There is not a federal regime to regulate AI, and the states couldn't touch it. Do you know what that would have meant for every communication that I've had with my wife and her family over the years? That Mark Zuckerberg can do whatever the heck he wants with it, and I couldn't do a darn thing. This is what we're talking about with regards to the stakes. That bill was shot down just a few months ago. There'll be another provision in another bill that will come up. And what are we going to do about it, because it affects us? Right? Okay. Ed.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can. Tell people about yourself, what you're doing here, and why is this WDG thing so important to you, brother?
So first off, Dennis, it's been such an honor to meet you and folks like yourself in the Caribbean, and it's very encouraging to see that people in the Caribbean truly care about the idea of sovereignty. And my tryst with this concept has been there for almost over a decade now. I was one of the founders of a project called Big Parser. And I'm sure everybody in the room, first off, hello to everyone in the room. I'm sure everyone in the room has heard of ChatGPT. If you haven't, something happened a few years ago that the whole world is talking about. And all of a sudden, everybody's talking about AI. So we've all used ChatGPT. And I'm sure we've all sort of heard of all the, of course, as incredible as it is, we've all heard of all the challenges around ChatGPT, right? From litigations and lawsuits where people have, sort of tried to say that the data was taken from the internet without people's permission, copyright issues and lawsuits and so forth. And I was behind this project called Big Parser for almost a decade, and we were trying to build exactly the same thing like ChatGPT, AI, except ethically sourcing the data. And if you look at examples of ethical sourcing of data, it's Wikipedia. Wikipedia has been ethically sourcing data. People get together, they voluntarily contribute the data, and then you take that data and you create an AI, that has been ethically designed. So now ChatGPT obviously has shown the potential and the power, and all of a sudden now people can understand what, I was talking about, and there are people like, hey, Ed, you should have led with that. But like, yeah, until you create ChatGPT, you can't really make people understand the point of it. And the question is, what has that got to do with sovereignty? And I think the question is, I think we understand the word sovereignty, over our physical self. Like we have our body, we are not in chains anymore, right? We are, free, and we can understand sovereignty of the physical body, but the sovereignty of the digital mind is a hard concept. How many of us here in the room use YouTube? Maybe LinkedIn. Yeah, so we all use those things, and maybe TikTok. I'm just curious if there's any TikTok. Okay, no TikTok. That's fine. But if you've been using any of these tools, how do you think what videos are being shown to you get generated? Like, who makes that decision? Do you choose what videos should be shown to you?
Yeah.
So there is an algorithm, and the algorithm's feeding based on your past behaviors and everything else, and you don't actually even own or control the algorithm. And that algorithm is optimized for advertisers to show you more ads, because that's what makes more money for YouTube and Google. Now, there's nothing wrong in advertising as such. We all love a nice jingle on an ad. I remember some of them from when I was a kid. But in essence, it takes away from your freedom, your free will, and therefore your ability to make choices and make decisions. And so it was one thing that your data was not in your control. You put your data out there, but it's quite another when your AI agent is not in your control. And think of the risk of that. Your data is not in your control. A lot of people would say, oh, I don't really care, let anyone have my data. But if your AI agent is not in your control, guess what? That AI agent controlled by somebody else could take over your job. So then you may not have a job anymore. And that's a serious concern, right? And that's what it boils down to. The sovereignty of the individual has direct consequence on your life. And this is why you're seeing who's the most concerned. The most concerned are, people who are in celebrities, because, if someone takes my likeness, then I won't get the millions of dollars I used to get to be a good, fancy celebrity. Now, imagine that happening to every individual. And this is the risk that we run if the agents are not owned by us. And that's the challenge around digital sovereignty. And I deeply care about this. I've devoted about 10 years of my life to this. And why Caribbean? Because I've been going around every country in the world pretty much, including the United Nations and Geneva, and talking about this topic and trying to build awareness around this for almost a decade now. And when I came to the Caribbean, it was very serendipitous find that Jamaica is the only country in the world that has already passed a law that favors the trajectory in which we need to go to control sovereignty. What does that mean? It means we've all heard the term data privacy in the room. Anyone who's not heard the term data privacy?
Right. We know.
Data privacy. Yeah. So I'm just curious, when we think about data privacy, what do we think in the room? What do you think data privacy is? What does it actually mean?
Somebody says information. Information is controlled by you.
Information is controlled by you. Yeah, actually, that's a much better definition of privacy.
Well, actually, he had said by the laws of the country, but I think I projected you because I like that direction a little bit more. I heard what I wanted to hear. Yeah, Yeah, so you/your country controls your data privacy is what the gentleman had said.
So this is an interesting one, because data privacy, and if you look at GDPR, which is one of the greatest privacy regulations out there across the world, and again, every country has their privacy regulation. Privacy is really about you having rights over your data, as in no one can take your data without your permission, but it is not the same as ownership. And the key difference between sovereignty is you have ownership. You have rights over your body is very different from you own your body. You have rights over your data is very different from you own your data. And that's the key shift. So and Jamaica is the only country in the world that has actually passed law that says you, the citizen, own the data. And it's sort of one of the reasons I'm spending so much time in Jamaica, and then again, more around that.
Thank you, Ed. And one of the things I want you to hear, and Ed has been advocating for sane, rational privacy and guardrails and accelerators that will help accelerate and protect us all throughout the world. And yet it was here in the Caribbean that he had some ears receptive to that. And I think some of that comes because we instinctively understand our own vulnerability when we put ourselves at the behest of other people to control the things that govern us. We have a history of colonialism. We should be suspicious of the man who's going to take care of us, and we have a vested interest in listening to that thing. And so it's fallen on some good ears. And what Ed has been championing for, I guess, at the end of September 29th to, is it the 3rd, I believe, at CTU week, there's going to be a resolution coming before the ICT ministers to adopt the WDG framework. And Ed, would you tell us a little bit about the WDG framework, and what are the first of all, the key components of that? And you mentioned the digital U. I like the sound of that, obviously. I was projecting on the brother over there that he said that. So what are the key components of the digital U? Why is it so important that I have control of that? And if I have control of that, how does business or government get any jobs done? So what the digital U, what is it? And then those three, what's the parts of WDG?
Yeah, so there's, I think, two things to consider. One is the pillars, the key pillars of WDG. One is the idea of the sovereignty. I think we talked about that a little bit. And then ensuring that ownership model, privacy model, is baked in. And it's not just about policy paper, because a lot of times policy gets written and then it's just thrown upon the industry, asking the industry to implement. And industry, as much as they want to adhere to policy, finds it a nightmare, and it's like a necessary evil for them. Oh, I have to do it because now it's a policy, otherwise I'll be behind bars or something. So, but in reality, what people are really would help the industry, would help the economy, is giving them an implementation model, giving them an actual solution and a service, but more like a public utility. Because if it's a commercial service, it's created by someone, there'll be a question of who owns the utility. And so creating a framework, and that's what WDG is all about, creating a framework where we're saying, hey, not only do we produce a policy, not only do we produce the standards that go along with the policy, and that doesn't mean that WDG is specifying, we're working. We've studied 600 documents in the Caribbean alone over the last several months, and now there are thousands of documents globally being collected. And so there's a whole effort of a body of people working closely with the University of West Indies and several other institutions, including the CTU, to bring together, and UNESCO, United Nations, to bring the policy data together, to define the policy, bring the standards bodies together to create a unified standard, and then bringing together an implementation model, a real actual physical working service. That includes bringing in organizations like OpenAI, AWS, Google, Amazon, Azure, everybody together in the room to create that unified model. And that's foundational to what the WDG is doing. Now, how does this become real for the citizen? Because you could build all this in isolation, you could build it wherever, but the average citizen will say, oh yeah, Jamaica is great, but what does it mean for me? Jamaica is probably, and I'll say this because one of the economies that has done a great job, a phenomenal job. The Prime Minister, no surprise, he got reelected, has done a phenomenal job of reducing the debt to GDP ratio over the last 5 years. And that's incredibly hard to do. I mean, ask me, I've been in finance and Wall Street for a while. And so for a country to achieve such success, but then he himself, by his own admission, said, but the average person in the street is asking him, what does it mean for me? So the question now becomes, okay, what does this WDG mean for me, the person? Like, I need a job, I need a house, I need to pay my bills, I need food, I need to send my kids to college, and when I walk on the street, there's traffic and potholes. So how do you solve my real problem? And so the answer lies in digital transformation, or actually physical transformation of the world. From things as simple as energy, and every country will tell you that energy is a problem, especially in the Caribbean. Now think of AI, you're going to need massive amounts of energy. How are you going to solve that problem? Think of the average citizen engaging with this service, and that brings us to the idea of the digital you. The digital you really is made up of three pieces. Your data, your identity, it is like the physical identity. We know, who are you? You only kind of close your eyes and you meditate, you know who you are. But the digital you is essentially your data. You have your ID cards. You walk up to the passport office, or you're checking into the airport. They're like, hey, show me your passport. You get pulled over by a cop, show me your driving license. So we have all these forms of identity, right? You go try to open a bank account, they need a lot more information. So all of this information is really around your identity, and that's your data in some sense. You have a lot more data, every Facebook photo, every WhatsApp message, but we're not talking about all of that. Just the identity pieces, which are identifying information. So that's one piece of the digital you, because it's all digitized now. The second piece of the digital you is what we call the agent. Now, what is the agent? Today, you're talking to ChatGPT. You could be talking to Gemini. You could be talking to all of these things. Now, all of these things aren't actually you, but they're learning from you. They're keeping a bit and piece of your knowledge, just like you were giving your data. Now, if they learned everything in your head, they can start talking like you. So that's your agent. Now, you may, Google or ChatGPT may give you the ability to create your digital avatar, that, your character AI that people can then talk to. So that's the agent. And then the third piece of it is all your digital assets. Now, we're all familiar here in the room, I'm sure, with cryptocurrency, NFTs, tokens, and so forth, and virtual assets and your digital wallet. So these three things together comprise the digital you. Your data, your identity, your agent or set of agents, if you will, and then all your digital assets. And your sovereignty, meaning you are the only person who owns it, controls it, has the ultimate ownership and right over it, is sacrosanct. Because if we don't do that, then we might as well go down the path of digital slavery, right? And that's the challenge and risk.
Yeah, and we talk about the end of colonialism. We talk about the end of slavery. I don't know how many of you were fans of was it? I guess it is Stephen Merlin. I think it might be Stephen or one of the other ones, who sings a song about the old slave mill. It's grinding slow, but grinding still. It is. When you read about how we have done things like training some of these models through scooping up, and a lot of times basically slave labor of people who are doing tagging of things in order to feed the models. And you're talking about the hoovering up of that stuff. Now, we have Claire showing me a 7-minute thing. Hold on one second, let me just see. Oh my gosh, the time goes very quickly. But I want to make sure that we have some little bit of dialogue. Ed, why don't you comment a little bit on, practically speaking, how do we connect the dots? So the digital, you all find that the individual owns their stuff, but we all know that individuals by themselves are going to need a framework. How do we prevent the same old problems from happening again? So how are we going to be governed here? What's structurally, how is WDG going to be governed? And let's get a little bit practical. What is the role of people like the folks in the room here at CaribNOG in order to do that? And then we'll just open up for some questions. I know we had some great conversations over lunch and before, so I know there's some thoughts on your mind. I'll leave most of the time, the last 5 minutes, for that. But Ed, will tell us about the governance model for WDG, and then practically speaking, how can CaribNOG and the people in the room get involved?
So that's a great question. So I think first off, in terms of governing model, the WDG is essentially enabling. WDG itself is not a governing body. So I want to clarify, right? It doesn't have any official mandate from any government or country to say, oh, regulate us, because that would mean a supra-regulator. Even the UN doesn't do that. So the WDG is a forum. It really started as a dialogue forum to build awareness around this, and it has gone from a dialogue forum and a series of public conversations, more like a podcast, to actual working institution. And now that working institution is currently housed primarily in Jamaica, but then we have people all over. And what are we doing? Jamaica is the first country, and in Jamaica, we're setting up these three bodies. The governing body, which is essentially comprised of, the head of the ICT authority, for example, and several other people, chairman of the AI task force, and so forth. They're coming together to help shape policy, help shape regulation according to the digital you, protecting the digital sovereignty of the individual. And there's not so much work to be done there because already Jamaica is ahead. They passed the regulation. So that's the first piece, the governing body. The second is the utility body, which is again working with the same stakeholders to set up the utility, meaning where will this data be stored? Obviously, the digital you should be stored on your phone. Now, luckily in Jamaica, like almost everybody has a smartphone, right? And the penetration rate of digital is very high, so it's easier to do that. And then that data has to be stored in a mirrored into a public utility, which will be regional or national, stored in Jamaica. So it's about setting up then a data center and all the inference chips there. So working with the industry to bring in an unbiased way, an ethical, responsible way, without any sort of kickbacks or anything, the right inferencing engines and putting them there, connecting and hooking them up properly with guardrails. So again, WDG in that process is acting more as an auditor, facilitator, standards body, providing a lot of open source software that is vetted and certified by WDG. So that's the utility. And then the third piece of it is the community body, which is where we are working with organizations like CTU, like CaribNOG. The reason we are here is to bring different experts, because it's very hard to just say, oh yeah, somebody make a decision what this protocol should be. You want the expert in the room. So really the CaribNOG role is to pilot the standards, to train the engineers, to be part of the advisory process, the government, and enable in building the infrastructure. So sort of helping us bring it all together, because WDG again is voluntary, right? I know there's no mega multi-billion-dollar fund behind it to say, oh yeah, let's do this, because if that was the case, then it would get corrupted pretty soon.
Right, and and you have these are all things that WDG said. It's not a business. It is not a governing body, but there's a set of principles that we're working with countries and then with this region, hopefully, to implement a structure that makes sense. And these things as well, though, it's not just about the idealism therewithal, because when you create this sort of environment, you create an environment where you need solutions that match the environment. Somebody has to do the utility. We have to start providing services. We need to provide AI training to people. And this is one of the things that Ed and his team at Intellibus has been doing in Jamaica. There is a jobs initiative, rather ambitious jobs initiative to create. How many jobs, Ed, are you looking to?
So by the end of next year, we already have created close to 100 jobs. Definitely by the end of this year, we will have 100 plus jobs. By the end of next year, 2026, we are aiming to get 1,000 jobs. And then by 2028, about 10,000 jobs, maybe a lot more, depending on how well the collaboration happens within the economy.
And for some strange reason, Ed has decided to use essentially North American type pay scales to pay these people rather than trying to maximize just the profit. And why in the world would you do such a thing? You're a very bad capitalist, Ed.
So actually, I have to say this, right? I'm a capitalist, right? I mean, I was born in India. Some people say India has socialism and all that, but in essence, I'm an American citizen, and I'm very capitalistic in nature. And when I say capitalistic in nature, let me give my lens of what my lens of capitalism is. My lens of capitalism is I spent most of my life on the stock markets and on Wall Street and finance, other than, of course, building technology platforms for these institutions. So I see the power of markets. Markets are fair. When you go to a market, you have 7 vendors, you can negotiate, you can get the best price. We intuitively know, right? That's why we go to markets, because then we can get the best deal. And so for the consumers, markets are valuable and important. And I believe AI now is giving us that power, that ability to bring digital markets to the next level and capitalism to the next level. And then the question is, how will that work? Like today's capitalism works slightly differently. Today's capitalism works with, a certain guardrail, certain protections. We've all heard about tariffs and all that, right? And what happens when you go down that path, you'll hear billionaires like, and I'm sure, how many of us have heard the term universal basic income in the room? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone's not heard that? Sure. And universal basic income is the idea. Yeah, it's the idea that at some point, there wouldn't be any jobs for the average individual, and only a handful of people will own all the businesses. So how will everybody play the game anymore? Like, how will you have money to buy the stuff that the rich people are making? And the answer comes, or the corporations are making. And the answer is, we're going to have universal basic income, something like socialism, right? Like everybody's going to get an allowance, and you can spend the allowance and buy stuff. Now, again, I'm oversimplifying this and maybe dramatizing this a little bit for effect. But the reality is that universal basic income sounds almost close to socialism, not like capitalism anymore. And so if you want to be truly capitalistic, you want to switch that narrative. And there's a white paper on this, which is going to be published next week. And it's called Universal Skill-Based Income. So if anyone says universal basic income, I would encourage you to challenge them and say, how about universal skill-based income, USBI instead of UBI?
Yeah, we're going. Claire's going to give me the hook in a second, but I want to remind Claire that when I did CaribNOG, whatever it was, that I remember she cut my time in half, and I was so very gracious about it. So I do wonder if there's time for a couple questions before, because I know there was so many opinions and questions in the chat at lunchtime in between. But I do want to leave time for you to ask a couple questions if you do have them. And Ed, you can also finish your thought before I let you go. But do we have a couple questions in the room? Yes, sir.
It will be pretty quick. So, name Andrew Reed. And the question is, you mentioned jobs. Can you tell us about those jobs? What type of jobs? What type of salary scale? What are we looking at? My current lifestyle is I'm making X and I'm okay with a wife and a dog and a cat. What am I looking at under this new system?
So yeah, I can give some answers to that. So the short of it is, our focus as in, again, I'm wearing the Intelibus hat now for a second, not as WDG. As Intelibus, when we are hiring people within Jamaica, we are a software engineering company. We value great engineers and great engineering. So a great engineer can come from anywhere. They can come from Mandeville or from, any other country, from Dominica or from California. And we want to be able to pay them. Now, obviously, it'd be, right now, Mark Zuckerberg is paying $1 billion for an engineer in the Silicon Valley. So we obviously don't have that money, and we're not doing that. But we pay our engineers in the US, say, anywhere from $100,000 to $200,000 US. Now, when we are coming to Jamaica, maybe it's not the exact same pay scale. It is hard to do that. But there would be some slight differential, but we would still pay close to 60, 70, maybe 80, maybe $100,000 in Jamaica, which would be significantly higher than the current pay scales, which are around $30,000, right? Or less in some cases. So we definitely up the pay scales 2x, if not 3x, in the short term. And that's, in fact, caused a lot of furor, but also a lot of excitement. And the jobs are primarily software engineering jobs.
And I'll say that this is also the missing piece, one of the missing pieces, and I hope to be at the Barbados Growth Council speaking about some of this. We've done a decent job about training some people, but a market is supply and demand. So you need to have a supply of these brilliant minds. You also have to be able to generate the demand for those services, and that's where Ed and his Intelibus network, and I say as well, the hundreds of thousands of Dominicans and millions of Caribbean people in the diaspora, and our friends and allies like John and others around the world come into play. Because if we can fill that demand side, then we can start to pay people what they're worth, bring that foreign exchange to our economy, and make some real change. Well, I'm going to wrap up. I want to invite you, sorry, do you have another question? Yes.
Can you just, Melissa Richards, Dominica State College. Can you just remind us the meaning of WDG?
World Digital Governance.
World Digital. Okay,
Governance. And if you go to public.wdg.org, there is a work in progress there that you can keep abreast of, and I'm sure Bevan, Claire, Ed and folks would love to hear from you in terms of contributors, collaborators, because this is a group effort where we need to mobilize each other today. Claire, a couple of years ago when I was at the previous one, ended with, and I'll end with this as well, where I'll say, we must work while it is day, for the night cometh when no man can work. And that is the situation we are in. 2026 may be, and I don't want to be hyperbolic, too late to safeguard the frontiers of our digital sovereignty. And just because we can pop a credit card in does not mean that we should sell our birthright for a bowl of lentil soup, brother, right? Do I have an amen? All right. Let's wrap it up. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'll get it from me. Check me out on LinkedIn. I have a little ad. Talk to me or John. Tonight. Yeah, we're on all of them tonight at 8 p.m. Oh, only on the radio and on the DBS website. Because I plan on playing a couple of tunes in between, and if I stream it on Facebook or YouTube, they're going to cut off my stream, and I'm going to play music.
Thank you. Thank you, Dennis and Ed. And, it was really good. Dennis, excuse. Yeah. It was really good to have this dialogue after lunch. I don't see anybody who we had to, the dialogue really helped to energize us after lunch. So thank you so much for this engaging presentation this afternoon. Yeah, you can clap. Thank you. And now we have Carlos who's back, and he is going to talk about IPv6 and IPv6 networks and architecture. So Carlos, I know you're on, and
I'm here, yeah.
And you are sharing your presentation, is that correct?
Not yet.
No, you have your presentation, which you will be. Right, okay. Let's just make sure that you have, yes. So we're seeing it now. So let's welcome Carlos. We had him this morning. So welcome to Carlos.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Claire. This morning I was commenting about how the RIRs have run out of IPv4 completely. So you can look at this presentation as a continuation of my update this morning. And the question would be, how do we keep the lights on when IPv4 is scarce? So if you're a network operator, if you run any kind of network these days, you may be wondering how you're going to scale your network operations when there is essentially no more IPv4. So there's no definite answer to that question, but I will try to bring some options up so that waiting list of 7 years doesn't look that bad in a way. So I already shared this slide this morning, but essentially bear in mind for those who are not familiar with the ecosystem is that the RIRs are essentially these organizations whose main role is to keep track of who has each IP address and assign IP addresses to newcomers to the industry or to organizations who may need more space to run their operations. Regarding the IPv4 runout, there are some realities and some fantasies that I want to address. And bear in mind, because this presentation may have some slides that will be a bit techy, nerdy, if you will. So if you feel free to ask questions, and if there are, things that I would say turn on your curiosity, feel free to get back to me after the presentation or in the coming days. So what does it mean that the RIRs have run out of IPv4? Allocations made by the RIRs to organizations within each RIR service region are made out of what we call the pools of the RIRs. Essentially, this is stock. You can imagine a store of IPv4 and IPv6, and we make allocations from that pool to each organization who requests some space. We basically take a block from that store and assign the block to the organization requesting space. So now this store is empty. The shelves are empty. There is no more IPv4 in those shelves that we can use to assign to newcomers to the industry, for example. What we are doing is when you come to the store and we say, well, the shelf is empty, but give me your name. I will write your name in this list. And hopefully in 7 years, I will be able to call you and give you some IPv4. There are some exceptions to this. There is a specific pool that is called the critical infrastructure pool that has, up to date, has had 3 different uses, which are operators of CCTLDs. CCTLDs are these domain names that end with the ISO country code of a country, like .ui, .br, .ar, .tt. The organizations running those domains, they need some IPv4, like everybody else, I know, but we consider them critical for the operation of the internet within a country. IXPs also fall under this category of critical infrastructure. And about a year and a half ago, we had a third use case, which was one of the root servers of the internet, actually vRoot, operated by the University of Southern California, decided to renumber vRoot, and we offered them the possibility of renumbering the root server into a LACNIC space. The story behind that is long and interesting, but maybe better left for a different presentation. So what kind of a space is present in the RIR pools? The whole 32-bit IPv4 space is partitioned in different types of IPs. But essentially, the RIR pools do not contain the full 256/8 or the full 32-bit space. Specifically, the legacy space allocated to the US government in the very, very, very early days of the internet is not in the RIR pools, with some exceptions, I think. Mark can correct me on that. And special use blocks like 127/8, 0/8, and all the Class E space is not included in the RIR pools. Class E is a reserved block that has never been used for anything. So I already mentioned the waiting list. Again, this graph, this plot here that I took it from the LACNIC web page. So if you're curious, if you have this curiosity about how long people are waiting for IPv4, you can check that. I think it's updated monthly, if I'm correct. But essentially, yeah, the wait will be long. So this brings me to what other ways of getting IPv4 that may be out there. So essentially, you have to get IPv4 from someone who has IPv4, and this essentially is a form of transfer. Essentially, someone who has IPv4 may be willing, for a fee, to transfer that IPv4 block to you. So transfers used not to be permitted under LACNIC policy, but since I would say 5 or 6 years ago, they have been allowed. So we have 2 different kinds of transfers. One of them, we call them intra-RIR transfers, which are essentially transfers of IPv4 blocks between organizations within the region, including Brazil and Mexico, which some people may believe that they're under different policies because they have the NIRs there, NIC Brazil and NIC Mexico, but it's not the case. I mean, the policies established in LACNIC apply also to Brazil and Mexico. So essentially, you could get, if you can identify, for example, an organization in Brazil who's willing to transfer for a fee a block to an organization in the Caribbean, then you can do something which LACNIC is not part of. I mean, the commercial arrangement is not within the purview of LACNIC or on any of the RIRs, and you can actually get your IPv4 from a transfer. Actually, one of the first intra-RIR transfers that took place was from an organization in Argentina to an organization in Aruba. So, and the other kind of transfers, which are inter-RIR transfers, that is, transfers of blocks between organizations who reside on different regions, are also now permitted under LACNIC policy. And they have been allowed for about, I would say 4 or 5 years too. So there are different commercial arrangements possible for dealing with IPv4 transfers. Essentially, there is the chance of the outright purchase. You go and buy an IPv4 block, and that block is transferred to your organization for a fee. Prices for that, you can check that online, but they are around $20 per IP address. So you can do your math if you need a /24, if you need a /20 or something like that. And there is I would say, growing way of transferring IPv4, which is what is usually called leasing, which is essentially a form of rental, right? If you do your math for an outright purchase, I mean, a block like a /20 or a /19 can get you back in some money. So some smaller organizations actually prefer leasing because they save on the I would say upfront payment, and they pay by month. Like any other thing that you rent monthly. There are some caveats though in the LACNIC region. The leasing policies in LACNIC are very strict. Actually, it's not allowed to rent IP space that was assigned by LACNIC. But on the other way, I mean, the policies that LACNIC establishes for the region do not apply for space assigned by other IRRs. So if you can find, for example, an organization in the ARIN region or an organization in RIPE in Europe that is willing to lease you an IPv4 block, then that's fine with us too. So in neither of these cases, LACNIC is part of the commercial transaction. We don't know, and we actually don't want to know the prices, and we don't do money escrow. We are not part of it. We assume that when both parties come to LACNIC and request that the transfer be reflected on the registry, that any commercial contracting or arrangement between the parties has been already finalized. So some caveats again with transfers. Transfers specifically from when they come from other RIRs, from other regions, you need to be a little bit careful with a few things. Essentially, you need to care about what services are included in that transfer. And this is more concerning when you lease space than when you buy space. Because in some cases, the management of the block will have to be done in another region. So IP addresses are more than a number. They are a useful tool to number devices on the internet, but they also are a mechanism for an organization to access different services. And I would like to bring up things like the reverse DNS resolution, which is essential for actually email availability, and in order to have a network that can be reasonably managed. A reverse query in DNS is when you query the DNS for a number and not for a name. Essentially, instead of asking the DNS for www something, you ask the DNS for 122 dot something. Having the chance of updating your information on who is this directory service where you or the world can actually query the who is for an IP address and find who is behind a certain IPv4 block, and eventually contact the holder of that IPv4 for different reasons. In order to solve a problem, to troubleshoot something, or, and this is more often the case these days, is the police running some investigation on people doing bad things on the internet. Then you have to pay attention to secure routing. Secure routing is very important these days. Essentially, tools like RIRs and RPKI. You need to be sure that you will have access when leasing IPs to the configuration of anything you need to do secure routing, and geolocation. This last one is probably one of the first things that people notice when you're leasing IPv4 blocks. because you're geolocalized to a different country, and all weird things happen to your customers. For example, they cannot access a government website, or they can not see the proper catalog when they load onto Netflix. And it was probably one of the hardest ones to get right. There are a few fantasies going around the internet, which is this thing that somehow the problem of IPv4 running out will magically solve itself out. And the bad news is that no, it won't. So three things that I like a lot that I have heard, and these are actually things that have been said to me in different circumstances. And the first one is, I like this one because it tends to go away for a while and then it comes back. And it goes something along the lines of, anytime now the federal government in the USA will sell all its legacy space. As you may know, probably Mark mentioned it this morning, I didn't have the possibility of being present for his presentation, that from the very early days of the internet, the federal government in the US has something like around 40 or 30 something /8s, which is a lot of space. It's not announced on the internet. Most of it is not announced on the internet. So there is this, I would say, hope that at some point the government will decide to basically sell that space, but it's not going to happen. I mean, that space is not announced, but it's probably used in many places. And even if they decide to sell it, trust me, you don't want to run your users on that space. Second one is large IPv4 returns to the areas can still happen. I don't know where they are going to come from. Seriously, there is no IPv4 left in any of the ARRs. There is some legacy space, but before returning IPv4 space to the ARRs, the holders of legacy space probably will try to lease it or sell it. And the last one, which is an interesting one because it has a technical side to it, is eventually we will be able to use things like 0000/8 and 127.0.0.0/8 and the class E networks, which is all the class 8s from 240 all the way up to 255 as public space on the internet. This one, like I put it in the yellow callout, probably the least bizarre of these three options. Eventually, something like that could happen, but in a different way. In order for this to work, someone will have to actually update the IPv4 stacks in every single device on the internet, which we are having a hard time enough doing that for IPv6. Imagine doing that again for using these three blocks of IPv4. Even the people who are behind this proposal, and you can search for this online, even them, they don't think this will be useful for anything else than extending the current IPv4 private space. Which I'm not saying it's useless, it can be useful, but essentially it could be useful as a way of helping the transition to IPv6. So, is there anything else we can do? So, how do we transition to IPv6? So, the first thing we tried to do a while ago was, like 20 years ago, is run what we call dual stack networks. Essentially, since devices can run both IPv4 and IPv6 at the same time, in a way that it's usually, or used to be called ships in the night because they are not aware of each other, you can actually start deploying IPv6 as I would say, something else that runs on the same infrastructure. So this works. The way you steer traffic from one or the other is essentially using DNS. And it works pretty well. It works pretty well. It's very transparent that people don't even realize that you are giving IPv6 to them. Devices can communicate using both protocols, and devices who run on IPv4, they don't even realize that it's IPv6 going on in the network. So it works fine. But sadly, the time for this strategy is long past because it assumes that you can assign public IPv4 space in addition to public IPv6 space to every device. Essentially, this is unfeasible unless you are a long-standing operator who has all the IPv4 you need. And it's the case, this is the case for some of network operators, for example, here where I live and in Argentina as well, that essentially they got all the IPv4 space they needed back in the early 2000s, I would say. And essentially we live in countries which the internet market is already saturated. So there is essentially very little growth. I mean, it grows with the growth of the population, and essentially the user growth in all your operators essentially users that you're, churning from another operator. So essentially, for all the rest, this is not an option. So next thing you can do is assign private IPv4 in addition to public IPv6. So this works reasonably well, except with an exception or with a comment. Your IPv4 traffic will have to be translated using NAT in order for your customers to be able to communicate with the outside world. This is all well and fine, except that the carrier-grade NAT boxes are expensive. They can set you back in millions of dollars, and that will be only money. The only problem is that they are very complex to operate. There are many things that you need to get right in order, for example, to have traceability of user actions. It's a very attractive target for an attacker, for a denial of service attack, because you only need to bring down one box in order to bring down a whole network. So it's an option, but it has some issues, I would say. There is something that people like about this, is that it's essentially the same thing they've been running for years. It's IPv4 with NAT. And familiarity goes a long way in this case. People feel comfortable operating a network like this, so they may prefer something like this. Going into IPv6 only world, there is this technique we call 464 XLAT, which essentially is similar to the previous one, except that it's no IPv4 in the network itself. The only IPv4 that exists is local to each device, and each device will run its own NAT. And finally, what I would like to bring up today, something new, if you will. Sorry. I'd like to mention that this has existed for a while already. Operating system support has been spotty. Apple devices, for example, support this very well. Windows, not so much. But it works, when you are able to make this work, it works very well. So there is I would say, a new kid on the block that brings some of these techniques all together in a single package, what is called, a bit informally, IPv6 mostly. So IPv6 mostly is not IPv6 only. There's a sort of a kind of a joke there. But an IPv6 mostly network is a network that is architectured in a way that it allows for IPv6 only devices. It allows for dual stack devices, what I mean, devices running both stacks. And in some cases, it can also accommodate IPv4 only devices. But it is architectured in a way that it gradually steers devices and tries to take them to run just IPv6. So how does this work? High level, right? There are some components in this architecture. Essentially, IPv6 will be the preferred protocol for most devices. IPv4 is provided on demand. Devices have to request IPv4 if they want it. NAT64 and DNS64 are used to allow the IPv6 only devices to access IPv4 destinations. This is a translation techniques that are very well known, are very well deployed, and very well supported in different operating systems. devices that require IPv4 will try to use CLAT, which is part of the previous slide that I mentioned about 464 XLAT, running a NAT and an IPv4 network locally in each device. And the new technical element of this architecture is a new DHCP v4 option. You know, DHCP is this protocol we use to auto-configure networks, which is option 108. And the meaning of this network is, I am a device that prefers to run only on IPv6. So a device can declare to the DHCP version 4 server that it doesn't want an IPv4 address. Why is this important? Because then the DHCP server will be able to assign or to signal to the device other parameters, but not an IPv4 address. For example, you know, gateways and DNS and other network parameters, but not the IPv4 address. So the idea is that as more and more devices support this option, eventually the use of IPv4 within a network that is architectured in this way will go down over time. I think this is a very cool idea, actually, and I've been actually implementing a trial network with this architecture, and I have high hopes for it, actually. So I know I'm short on time, so I won't repeat myself here, but feel free to contact me if you have any questions, and thank you very much.
The fact that IPv6 resources are no longer available, and there were IPv4 resources are no longer available, and we've been hearing that, as you said, you know, almost 20 years ago, that they were becoming scarce. But there are some IPv4 resources are needed for internet exchange points as a critical resource. How do you suggest that organizations get IPv4 resources for those types of initiatives?
Well, there's in the case of LACNIC, of organizations under within the LACNIC service region, there is a procedure for that, and then you have to declare that it's critical infrastructure, and there will be some questions that will be asked. You will need to produce some evidence that you're going to run an IXP, for example, or a CCTLD, and then you will get an IPv4 assignment.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. That's good to know, because we are encouraging the region to continue to implement internet exchange points. So on that note, we wish to thank you for spending the time with us today, both this morning and this afternoon, to share your knowledge on the working and the services of LACNIC and how the Caribbean community can tap into those. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I hope to be able to join CaribNOG in person again. I think my last one was in Curacao a while ago.
Yeah, that's way too long, so we will make arrangements for that coming up soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Our next presenter is a CaribNOGger himself, and he is no stranger to CaribNOG. He's just, I'm sure when he comes on, he will tell you that he wishes that he would have been able to be here this afternoon. It's none other than Brent McIntosh, and many of you should know Brent, because Brent has been very instrumental in setting up, if not all, most of the internet exchange points in the region. Brent, I know he's online, and Brent is going to be talking this afternoon about IPv6 fundamentals. Brent, let's welcome Brent.
Right. Good afternoon, all. Trust that you can hear me. I know sometimes technology tends to fail us when we really need it the most. And Claire rightly said it. I'm going to apologize deeply for not being present with you, and for two reasons. I've never been to Dominica, and I've heard how beautiful it is, and what a lovely place Dominica it is. And CaribNOG and Dominica, I know the evening session and the cocktail is going to be fun, so I'm really going to miss that. But anyway, on a more serious note, I've been given a really difficult role to tell you in 30 minutes about the foundational items on IP version 6. I think Carlos did an excellent job of actually presenting the state of IPv6 and why it's needed and why it's important. So I'm just going to see if I can do at a very super high level, give you some details, especially for the ones that are new to IPv6, what IPv6 is all about from an addressing perspective and how it's used. In my slides, on my opening slide, I took a snapshot of the IPv6 adoption rate and status for Dominica. Dominica is rated number 3 in the Caribbean in IPv6 deployment. And I'm really, really happy to see that. In terms of end users, that's where they're leading. They're really leading in terms of number of end users using that version of the protocol. Of course, there's a lot of things to be done Caribbean-wide, and that's why I think my role as a CaribNOG IPv6 evangelist is to help push the deployment and get the adoption rates up. So moving on, as mentioned before, there are quite a few reasons why we should use IPv6. Carlos, mentioned some of these. An obvious one is, it's just a large number of address spaces that's available. It's a huge address space. To put it in context, IPv4, it's 32 bits, 4 to the power of 32 gives us what, 4.3 billion addresses, right? And we can only use maybe 76% of that, as Carlos highlighted as well. There's some reserve space that we just can't use for our, end-to-end communication. IPv6 is, 340 undersea addresses. To simplify it, I can say, well, based on Professor Olson's, quantification of it, he said it's what, 660 or 66 trillion IPv6 addresses per grain of sand on the earth, 1 mile deep to the earth's crust right around the world. So that just gives you an idea of the magnitude of that address space. Now, sometimes, we speak about the internet. And when I speak to some of my tech friends, they say, no, Brent, you're talking about the internet. Why? Because, the internet is based on people still using IPv4 through translation mechanisms for private IPs, right? The whole idea of true end-to-end connectivity on the internet is based on addresses that we don't have to translate at any point through that network path. And IPv6 does that with its sheer size and its improved performance. It eliminates the need for things like NAT. And today I'm going to talk about not about IPv6 on a whole, but the specific addresses, what we call your source and destination IPv6 addresses. Because of course, in a packet payload and a layer 3 packet, you have your control mechanisms in your IPv6 header, you have your payload. But today I'm just going to speak just about the addresses, right? So IPv6 improves network efficiency, performance. This is something that we've seen in the lab or seen in real world scenarios, especially for some hosted applications. IPv6 works really well. Enhanced security, now, that's for another technical discussion. So just take it from me as is right now, with its, native ability to deal with things like IPsec, and support for, securing, your layer 3 routing protocols. Better support for mobile devices. And as I say that, I know there's one Caribbean island right now that's actually working to move the mobile network into full, IPv6. I believe Suriname, one of the providers at Teleshore, has pretty much moved ahead with this already. So this is good news for the Caribbean. Carlos would have spoken a little bit about auto configuration and use of DHCP. Sorry, this should have been in my slide. Use of DHCP version 6 for address auto configuration. Yeah, I did that in the nighttime when I was probably falling asleep. So yeah, so let's take a look at IPv6 address structure. And to be honest with you, I was trying to stay away from mentioning anything IPv4 in this presentation, but I had no choice. I had to compare what the V4 protocol looks like compared to the V6. For those of you who are considering, going into my network deployment, my business that I need to procure IPv6 address space for, you're going to see why it makes sense doing IPv6, right? From a hierarchical perspective of building out a network. So IPv4 traditionally, we know it's 4 octets. 4 by an octet is a group of 8 bits. 4 by 32, sorry, 4 by 8 is 32. That gives you 4.3 billion addresses. But in IPv6, we're considering not 32 bits anymore. We're considering 128 bits. Now, of course, if you love binary, then you know that 2 to the power of 128 gives you a pretty large number, right? Now, comparing the two address structures, 32 bits, 128 bits. 128 bits is a lot to deal with. So the inventors of IPv6 said, okay, well, we're going to look at using hexadecimal digits, and each hexadecimal digit is called a hexet, right? So in the IPv6 address structure, you would find that you would have 32 hexets in there, right? Each section of the IPv6 address having what we call a hextet, right? Okay, we have 4 hexet digits within every hextet, right? So that gives us a total of 32 hexadecimal digits in there. Does that make it any easier? Not really, right? But that was a way of actually expressing the address format in an easier way to work with. So if you think about it, 1 hextet, which is a hexadecimal digit, is actually a nibble, which is 4 binary digits, right? So it's 4 bits, right? 2 to the power of 4 is 16. So now we have 16 by 8 bits giving us 128 bits. So, looking at an example, below, I have an address example here. It's in hex, all right? So that's hex 2001 all the way up to, all right, the last hextet, which is Echo Charlie Foxtrot Echo, ECFE. So this is a full 128 bits, 32 hextet full IPv6, let's say end device address. So let's see how this really makes sense, hopefully. So let's look at the first hextet. The first hextet in my IPv6 address is hex, and not decimal, it's hex 2001. Keep in mind, let's look at the first or the most significant hexet. It's 2, right? Now that 2 consists of 4 bits, right? It's a nibble, right? With bit 1 being turned on. So that's 2 to the power of 1, all right? Now, ultimately, right, an IPv6 address really has hierarchy and structure. In IPv4, you have your network portion and your host portion. IPv6 is really structured well. So you have what is allocated to you, which is your global routing prefix, right? This can be X number of bits or N number of bits. Then you have your subnet ID. Of course, in IPv6, I'm considering networks. I don't care about host anymore. In the IPv4 days, I would be happy to say, you know what, I need a network that would give me maybe support for 25 to 30 persons or 30 devices. I always cared about host. In IPv6, we don't have to care about host anymore. What we look at is just networks. How many networks do I really need? Because I know every host would have, a /64, right? We can address hosts, so we can't even think about anymore, all right? Now, keep in mind the initial allocation from IANA, which is the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. I'm not sure if Albert touched on that one. I know he's an ICANN guy, but he always speaks about those top level orgs that assign resources. So IANA, which is the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority, assigned only a portion of the full IPv6 allocation. They assigned hex 200:/3 for public assignments are global unicast assignments to, ISP, well, not ISPs, but RIRs, regional internet registries, and LIRs, local internet registries. For some of the countries that are really huge, like Brazil, an R has sub orgs that take care of, distribution of IPv6 addresses and IPv4 addresses in other sections of that country. Then those RIRs and those LIRs then reassigns to ISPs, and then ISPs are assigned to end users, right? Right? And you would see in some cases, as an end user, you don't necessarily have to go to an ISP. If you want provider independent space, then you can go to an RIR, and I will show you that later on. So yeah, so IPv6 has a really nice hierarchical structure. And if you love math, then it makes it really easy for you to work with. So you have your global routing prefix that's assigned, whether it's from your registry or from your internet service provider. Then you have your subnet ID, all right, which is your subnet portion for your different networks. And then you have your interface ID, which is 64 bits, right? So I have my global routing prefix. I'm not sure what I'm going to be approved for as yet, but I know when I get that, I have to subnet IPv6 allocation to cover for the networks I want to deploy. And of course, I have my interface ID, which I keep as a standard in my mind. That's always going to be 64 bits. My subnet ID, though, is going to be the n number of bits, or the number of subnetting bits I'm going to use. I'm subtract that from 64, all right? So Ayana assigned that range to hex 2000:3. And the end of that range, of course, if you do the binary calculation, is going to take you to hex 3FF::/3, right? So I remember there was a time I made my first request for an assignment for an ISP, and that was years ago, that maybe 2012. And my first allocation was 2001:1808::32, right? That was some years ago. Now, I've made a recent request for an allocation, and we'll see the difference, right? I can tell you IPv6 blocks are being requested, which is a very good sign. So, just to recap what I've just told you, my IPv6 address structure is 32 hexbits, which is broken up into 8 hextets, each hextet containing 4 hexbits, and each hexbit is 4 bits. So 16 bits here times for the other 7, 8 in all, I have 128 bits. Now, this is for the IPv6 gurus who, love to subnet this, on the fly. Then you're familiar with the techniques called zero compression. The address is already long to call out. So, the inventors, created this thing called zero compression, where leading zeros can be omitted, all right, using a double colon, right? And that sort of makes sense for sort of shortening the address, but you have to keep in mind what it really means, all right? So you don't make errors when you're doing things like subnetting, all right? And again, I compared what an IPv4 address structure would look like as compared to an IPv6, where you have your global routing prefix, your subnet ID, and your interface ID, right? Okay, so this little rule sort of helps you when you're doing things like subnetting. So I'm going to move on. So I told you a while ago about, my first request from an IR, that was Aaron, to get an address space for an ISP. And ISPs are by default allocated a /32 IPv6 block, right? Now I made a request for an allocation sometime October last year, October 2024. And I got my allocation, and I qualified not for your normal end user /40, right? I qualified for a /44. And why did I request a /44? Well, I'm a researcher, all right? And I love working with communication tech, and I had so many plans for how I'm going to use this address block, right? And I'm going to show you how I sort of broke up this block to make it make sense for using, for different purposes. Why did it seem as an overkill? And I know maybe 2-3 years ago, no one would say, hey, Brent, don't talk about wasting IPv6 addresses, right? I'm not sure what the state is like now, but I'll tell you, I don't ever think about I'm wasting address spaces. No, keep in mind, that doesn't mean you don't have to subnet that, that in a fashion that makes sense, right? But we don't ever think about we're wasting IPv6 addresses. So I expect that /44 is going to last me a long time. Well, it's going to last me forever based on what I want to do, all right? But it differs based on the organization and how you're allocating the networks. I'm not an ISP, but I'm a researcher, a tech guy who loves IP, so I have use for that. So I got my allocation from Aaron, and my allocation was hex 2602. Remember, I told you 12 years ago I got 2001. So that means a lot of IPs from the IPv6 pool is being handed out for different users. So 2602:818. Now, leading zeros are omitted. So 81A in hex is really, for that hextet, is really 0818. :800::/44. So I got a /44. So I went ahead, and Mark would have spoken a little bit about this morning. I updated what I in the Aaron portal. I manage my stuff. My company name is MCNet Solutions. I ensured that I signed up for RPKI and had my RAW created, my RAW entry, which you will learn about tomorrow. All right, I won't go into that. And I updated the routing registry. And also I applied for an autonomous system number. And luckily, I managed quite a few autonomous systems. And I think the guys at the Aaron customer service said, let's make his day for all this hard work he's been doing. Let's give him a wonderful AS. I got AS401400. Happiest day of my life. So yep. So now that I have my IPv6 block, well, and IPv4, but I'm planning not to talk about IPv4 too much. I went ahead and said, okay, great. I followed my little rule. And I said, okay, I have my global routing prefix. And if I was present in the room, I was going to ask you, guys, can you tell me what my global routing prefix is? But I'm remote and I can't see the faces and I love to pick on people. So anyway, I'm going to tell you. So my global routing prefix, of course, as I mentioned before, is 2602:818:800:/44. Okay, great. So if I use the rule and I said, okay, well, 64 minus 44. So I'm gonna take away my subnet ID bits from my actual global routing prefix bits, sorry, from 64. That's 64 minus 44. That leaves me with 20 bits. Now 20 bits would to take me to the actual interface ID. So that means I have 2 to the power of 20 /64s. Now keep in mind, 1/64 on its own is 18 quintillion addresses. So I have 2 to the 20. That's 1.04 million /64s. Do I have 1.04 million devices that I'm going to give an IPv6 address? No, I don't. I don't really. So I think about networks. I don't think about hosts. And that's the point I'm trying to make. So I start thinking about networks. And I said, okay, great. No problem. I have multiple networks that I'm going to work with, maybe close to 256 networks that I intend to do stuff on, but I wouldn't need to give all of them a /48. However, because I know that in IPv6 and in binary, working with a nibble bit boundary is really easy. I prefer to count in tens. Remember the days of school when you had to memorize tables and then say the tables for the teacher? I hated 7 times tables. I don't like that at all. If I get a 10 times table, I know 10 ones are 10, 10 twos are 20. Just that way, I love to deal with binary at the nibble boundary. So I can deal with things like 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 4, 2 to the power of 8, right? So I decided, well, maybe I can take that /44 and break that /44 up into smaller networks. How many networks do I need? Well, I told myself I need 16 networks. 16 networks. And I say, okay, well, 16 networks, what would give me 16? I know 2 to the power of 4 is 16. Okay, so if I take those 4 bits for subnetting, now my /44 becomes /48. I just borrowed another 4 bits for subnetting, right? So my /44 becomes /48. So 20 bits I had before to take me to the interface ID boundary now moves from 20 bits to 16 bits, all right? So now I have 2 to the 16 64s per /48. Now, the address space is so large that I can't talk in terms of host and individual IPs. I talk in terms of allocations or network allocations. So now I broke up my /44 into /48s by using 4 bits. So now my original one global unicast assignment of /44 has been converted to 16 /48s. All right. Each /48, all right, remember I told you it now becomes 2 to the power of 16 /64s. So each /48 gives me 65,536 /64s. So in my mind, I know I can address 16 networks of /48s, but I can break up my /48s now. If I go to the nibble bit boundary again, 48 plus 4 is 52, right? So I can keep breaking it up as necessary. So out of my 16 /48s, I can take 1 /48, still get tons of networks, and have another 15 /48s in reserve, which in a lifetime I may never even get to use, right? So, so I broke this up. And of course, if you look at my subnetting plan here for network number 1 and network number 2, network number 3, have you noticed that the, after /44, right, that 4th bit, that 4th hectet, right, is the one that's being used, right? So that's why I'm using this here, right? So to make it make more sense, I got 60 networks. So I have my first network ID, my second network ID, and I went all the way down to my last one, which is 00F, right, in /48. So now keep in mind, in IPv6, you subnet based just to facilitate networks and not number of hosts, because you will always have, if you follow the rule of using the 64 bits for your interface identifier, which you have to anyway, right? You will always have networks in relation to number of address assignments based in terms of number of networks. Keeping in mind the number of /64s they would afford you. So every one of my subnetted networks would afford me 65,536 devices that I can assign IPs to, right? So I know this is not an easy thing to grasp at one go, right? And this is meant to be, foundational. So, I'm willing to, after this, and Claire would speak about it, I'm always open to, supporting people with their deployments, with their planning, with their requests for IPv6 space, not just for critical infrastructure, but for enterprise and ISP networks. So, in the past at CaribNOG, we spoke a lot about IPv6, right? But today, we're not just speaking about it, we're using it. And I'll show you some of the instances. This is just a very simple example of my usage at home. I have multiple networks, my office, every room, including the kitchen, living room, every space, even external outside in the yard, has its own IPv6 allocation. All right. So I took a fiber connection from my ISP and I set up a IPv6 pairing with my ISP. All right. So these are all my internal networks. I set up BGP on my CPE at home, and I'm pairing, and I exchanged my IPv6 prefix with what I mentioned as 2602.0818:8000/44. And I advertised that /44 to my ISP, and that ISP took my prefix and transited it upstream as well to other IPv6 carriers to take me to the internet. All right. So any content that I need to access is accessed directly IPv6 if it's available. And keep in mind, this network is dual stacked. It's dual stacked similar to the way Carlos mentioned. I'm running 2 options. I have some networks that are dual stacked with public IPv4 with the IPv6, which is public, of course. It's a global unicast address. And I also have networks dual stack with a NAT, with a NAT device that's performing a NAT and native, global IPv6 unicast addresses, and both work well, right? any website that I go to that supports IPv6, obviously with, the whole happy eyeballs and the performance of IPv6, and I've never seen it really fail me, it gets to the IPv6 version of the content first. Right. This gives you a simple, look at, my advertisement here. So this is querying my BGP table on my router, and I'm advertising my prefix right here. Right. I'm advertising this, to the internet. And the rest of the internet, if you go to the internet routing table, you would see my prefix present, right? With my autonomous system number. Okay. Similar, if you think about Epic Communications, who's actually providing IPv6 for this CaribNOG event, similar for them. They would advertise their prefix, right? I believe they have a /36. They'll advertise that to the internet, and it'll be available. They can reach my network end to end. I can reach this end to end. All right. And I took some stats for my IPv6 usage at home. And if you look at this little infographic here where you see IPv6 33.3%, I am using 33% of my content accessed, web content is reached, accessed over IPv6, right? I'm embarrassed to give you the global figures for Grenada. It used to be around, I was climbing a little over 7%. Now it has dropped down to 5%. But we're going to fix that over the next couple of years because finally the providers see the importance of transiting, right? So it's good. And it's good to see that Dominica is leading as well. And I gave you at the start of my presentation, what Dominica looks like, right? And Dominica is leading in number of users. But, Dominica doesn't have quite a bit of, a large number of transit ESs as yet, but they're getting there, right? And similarly for us in Grenada, we're not there with users as yet, but we're there with quite a bit of content. And that is because we tend to host a lot of global CDNs that requires, IPv6 to be part of that infrastructure, mandatory, all right? Now, that's the end of my presentation, but just before I wrap up, I have, okay, I'm 1 minute over my time. I just want to show you something quickly. So as I mentioned before, right, at CaribNOG, we spoke a lot before in the past about IPv6 and all that, right? But no, we don't just, we talk about it, we utilize it. CaribNOG, started this initiative. I'm not sure if Claire spoke about it, called CaribIXPs, where we pull data from all the Caribbean internet exchange points and present that data to the internet community in the Caribbean or to the rest of the world. Everything we do now, we try to implement IPv6 on those websites. So a lot of the statistics sites, BVI, St. Kitts, Suriname, Grenada, St. Vincent to come, Dominica, we are actually trying to get that going as well. We host all these things on dual stack network, so it's available via IPv6, right? And here's just a little widget I use just to verify that when I go to a website, I'm actually going to IPv6. All right. There's one more thing. I asked Stephen this morning, and I'm usually, whenever there's a CaribNOG meeting, the first question I would ask, are we getting IPv6 access? And you currently have IPv6 access in the room. And, I asked Stephen this morning to share with me his IPv6 address. I know that's not going to be permanent. It's for security reasons, we don't do these things sometimes, but he did. And I am able to reach that IP address. Of course, you can see sometimes, I believe this would be on his mobile device, I think. So you'll see the variance in the times here. This is not on a LAN, this is on a mobile device. But this is his full address. I can actually reach his address end to end. Now, could you imagine that? The beauty of IPv6 is also the danger of IPv6. No, my machine has direct connectivity to Stephen's machine, right? So true end-to-end. This is what I call true end-to-end connectivity. Is that a security risk? Well, yeah, of course it is. But I expect that engineers follow their their security standards, protocols, implement their policies and so, right? And a lot of engineers I speak to tend to always say, Brent, we're not going to deploy IPv6 because no, that means you have direct access into my network. And well, With IPv4, you do in a sense, right? When you're thinking about NAT, right? Now, if Stephen had a public IPv4 address and I had a public IPv4 address and I was reaching him that way, it's the same thing. But we're so used to the thought of NAT. We always think, well, we're hiding behind a NAT and we're safe, right? It doesn't work like that, right? But that's for a different discussion. So that said, this is just a super, super high level. CaribNOG, can facilitate, helping with IPv6 knowledge with Aaron and LACNIC, and we all partner together, to discuss things like these. So, I wish I could go on and on and on this because it's something I'm really, really, really passionate about, and I think the Caribbean should be as well, because it also speaks to us moving to a digital transformation agenda, deploying data centers that's fully V6 ready. LACNIC would have had a great course on that. I hope you didn't miss it. So with that said, I would like to end here. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer if I can. If I cannot, I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Brent.
Thank you, Claire. And thank you for having me.
You all recognize from Brent's presentation that he is really passionate about IPv6. Right? And if we had given Brent the entire day, he could go on and really show you some good stuff with what he has done with it. And he is worth his time in terms of supporting and helping persons to get their networks up and get IPv6 installed. So do you have any questions for Brent? The network engineers in the room? Okay, Brent, I guess you covered it so well that there are no questions right now. Hold a minute.
All the questions. It's more like a novice type thing. Are we sorry, Andrew Reed, sorry about that. Are we gaining more from IP6 than I guess the question is, do we gain more by going IPv6 as opposed to losing when we switch away from IPv4?
Yeah, that's a good question. So in a case like that, I'll give you my quick feedback. And usually I would call in a Carlos or Mark Costas to give you their take on it. But quickly, I think we gain more for the reasons being, we just can't think of networks anymore as being just static networks, at place in offices. We have to think about the mobile aspects. The world is really moving to mobile devices, not just phones, but everything connected to some form of RF. And the only way to truly address these is by using things like address schemes like IPv6. When we think of the Internet of Things or the Internet of Everything, smart cities, you can't address these things efficiently using IPv4 with NAT, right? So my take is we have more to gain. All right. And again, just based on the performance of IPv6, I think these are two main reasons: the sheer magnitude and scale it brings, and the efficiency and security it brings. I'm not sure if we have a time for maybe a Carlos or a Mark to jump in, but I always like to get their feedback on questions like these.
As a small extension to that, so should we look forward to a rip and replace, or should we just wait until the currently previous devices that we've spent a fortune on to support IP4? Should we just wait until it die, or should we just going at the deep end and go IPv6?
Yeah.
Same direction of previous question.
Yeah, great question. Don't wait. The longer you wait, I've noticed, the more expensive it becomes, right? And not just from a capital expense, but more so from a learning intellectual expense as well. You want to be just there with it, not trying to keep up. All right. So, and it's a process. IPv6 is a migration process. You start by auditing your networks. That goes for everyone. ISPs, large corporations, enterprises, data centers. You audit your network. You see what your requirements are, look at your equipment support, your plan, your cost, your budget, you get the right stakeholders involved, but don't wait. I think the adoption process, it started a long time ago, but it needs to be accelerated. And that's where we come in. And that's where CaribNOG comes in, helping you to sort of see the light as this makes sense. In the Caribbean, And that's where we're gonna focus. We gotta do it bit by bit. The ISPs are now taking it very serious, which is a good sign. We the end users have to do the same, okay?
All right, so a quick novice question again, as a slight extension. So the ISP on my grandma's house, they switched to IPv6. They didn't tell me, is she now exposed to someone like yourself, where you weren't, and it was simulated between yourself and Stephen, but the reality is that the ISP don't really care about me as an individual. So they're gonna switch to IPv6, roll it out in whatever region. Are those persons now exposed to a similar safety mechanism as you've described? We sampled yourself and Steve.
Yeah, so that another great question, which requires another full 2 hours of discussions. But yeah, so I've worked on one deployment for an ISP whereby the intention was to have a test pool of maybe 100 users. Initially, of course, we were testing, it wasn't publicized, but up to this day, right? I don't think we received any calls from any end user saying, oh, I know I did an IP config and I noticed a strange address on my machine. It looks like a very long address. I don't know what it is. We don't get any complaints about that, and users continue to work as normal, right? So again, and this was a fiber to the home deployment, but it can vary. But I think today, ISPs have the responsibility as well to communicate with their customers in terms of not just because of IPv6 deployment, but of continue to ensure that you secure your networks. Home users need also to take precautionary measures as well. That's why you have your defender, your antivirus. You have to protect yourself as well, right? Because ultimately that level and security responsibility is with you, the end user. ISP's responsibility is to ensure they can bring you access to the internet more efficiently as they can, and doing IPv6 deployment is one way of doing it. So yes, we all have to ensure we have a community where we are aware of those things. Okay, so it's we have to support each other on that.
So to add on to what Brent's saying, this is Mark Costers. I just wanted to add on a couple more things. It depends on the network that you have. Like, for example, T-Mobile in the States is V6 only. Your devices are V6 only. But since they run a closed network, essentially, they have network translating devices on the edge to go to V4 servers if they needed to. Okay, so that's one example. Another one is my house. So I didn't know my ISP actually went to V6, but one day I was logging in, I was like, whoa, it's giving me a V6 address. I didn't even do anything. It just showed up. So my house, instead of just being, I have V6 available at the house, and it was seamless. Didn't notice, other than me logging in and seeing that I did. And then I said, okay, let me see what my IP address is when I go, cruise the internet, right? And it came back with the V6 address. So all these things are, and of course, I have a NAT device at the edge. So all that stuff ran through the NAT. But the NAT supported both V4 and V6. I didn't go quite as far as Brent. I'm not running V6 on my internal network, mainly for other reasons. But mainly because I don't want to expose anything. Anyways, it just gives you an idea where things are going from two different perspectives. One being T-Mobile, and the other one being sort of a home deployment.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Mark. Yeah, and good point. And I should have mentioned as well, guys, at my home network, I run a full-fledged firewall with unified threat protection. There's policies and threat protection for every network, and that's important, right? So the firewall rules apply. You wouldn't want to do this by just exposing native addresses just on any device. You absolutely don't want to do that. You want to ensure you have a secure device doing enforcement, right? And that's important. And as Mark said, it depends on the network you have. You build it in a way to ensure that you're protected internally. But it's very important to keep all considerations for IPv4. You keep those same considerations for IPv6.
So thank you so much for. There's another question. Thank you, Brent, for this very, very enlightening presentation. Thank you, Mark. From what Mark said there shows us that the more technical they are is the less what's the word? The less risks they're willing to take with their networks. So we have to listen to these guys when they talk to us because they know what is happening behind the scenes. Are there any general questions or comments about today that you would like to share before we close? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. Everybody is shy. So let me give you a couple of housekeeping. Can you please put up the line time? Yeah. So most of you should be aware that there is an event, a networking event this evening at 7 p.m. and it's being held at, for those of you who live in Dominica, you may know My Mother's Place, Castle Comfort. But transportation is being arranged from the hotel for those of you who need transportation. We're going to get picked up at 6:30 p.m. and it goes until 11 p.m. Dress code, elegantly casual. And this is another opportunity where you get together with the delegates, the speakers, everyone, and you can have some good conversation, have a good lime, as we Trini say, which means, you all talk and enjoy yourself. And I'm sure there should be some music and food as well. There is so I think we have a QR code for feedback for today's session. Can we have the QR code up, please? Okay, so we need your feedback on the session because these sessions help us. Your feedback helps us to gauge how we're doing and what you want and what you gleaned from what we do. So please take the time to provide your feedback to us. We are working, it may not happen today, but we do, the persons have been asking whether the presentations will be online. We do presentations on the CaribNOG website. So please look on the website. As I said, it will not happen today because most of us are here. And so although we do have a team in the background, but some of the coordination has to happen by persons who are here. So I think those were all the housekeeping. Debbie, is there anything else I needed to speak to? Okay, so okay, so what Beverly was just saying is that we encourage the local participants. Oh, okay. We encourage participants to do lightning presentations. A lightning presentation is just a presentation that's less than 10 minutes long, usually 5 minutes, just pitching what you are doing so that, sorry, so that persons can be aware of the work that you are doing wherever you are. We generally say no slides, but if you have to do a slide, maximum 2. Okay? Please send your presentation to Yvette. Yes, yeah. Don't kill us with my PowerPoint. Maximum of 20 words. And please feel free to send. Let us know if you're interested in doing a presentation. You could send that to events, events @caribnog.org. Okay. We resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And if you need to register, or if you know others who register who weren't here today, registration begins at 8:30. Tomorrow we end at lunchtime because we, as Bevel mentioned and I mentioned before, we are introducing the Next Gen program. So our young people from the Dominica State College, we will be hosting them after lunch to just get their ideas, get their questions so that they can have an opportunity to hear from the experts. They wanted to be here today, but because we were oversubscribed, we could not have them sit through the presentation for the 2 days. So we decided to compromise by having this session exclusively for them. So if you know of any young person who may be interested in attending, please share that information with them. It will be on a first come, first served basis since, as you see, the room can only fit 50 persons. So thank you all for your attendance today. Thank you for your contribution, your questions. Thank you to the speakers. Thanks to all our sponsors for today, our collaborative partners, Aaron, Architects, ICANN. Thank you to, I don't have my list with me, but thank you to the NTRC for
So